Good morning, everyone. Now, Mr. McGregor, we have Mr. Maddocks this morning.
Maddocks. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Maddocks. As you understand, you're about to be asked some questions by Mr. McGregor, who I think you've had the opportunity at least of saying hello to this morning and we have met previously. Can I ask you whether you will take the oath?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Just sitting where you are, raising your right hand and repeating these words after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That I will tell the truth.
That I will tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maddocks. Now, we plan probably to take a coffee break at about 11:30. We'll see how the evidence goes. But if for any reason, before then or after then, you want to take a break, just give me an indication. We can take a break at any time that you wish to. But there will definitely be a coffee break.
Thank you.
Mr. McGregor.
Good morning, Mr. Maddocks. Can you tell the inquiry your full name, please? Stephen John Maddocks. And have you provided a report to the inquiry dated the 10th of April 2022? I have. And that will be found in Bundle 6 at pages 51 to 96. And does that report cover healthcare ventilation, both principles and practice? Yes, it does. The content of the report will form part of your evidence to the inquiry, and I'm also going to ask you some questions today. If you do want to refer to your report at any point, please do let me know. Thank you. If I could begin by asking you about your experience, which is set out at section 1 of your report at page 55 of bundle 6. You explain in your report that you're a chartered building services engineer. How many years of industry experience do you have, Mr. 40 plus. I started in the industry when I was 16 in 1981. And you're currently a member of the Chartered Institute of Business Service Engineers, is that correct? Building Services Engineers. You're a chartered engineer? Yes, I am. And you're also a fellow of the Institute of Healthcare Engineering and Estate Management? Yes, I am. You mentioned that you started your career working in 1981. What company were you working for? It was called DSSR, Donald Smith Seymour and Ruley. They were a private consulting engineer. And what did your work for DSSR involve? I started as an apprentice, learning the basics of building services design. Started in the public health department, drainage, then moved into the mechanical engineering department, looking at ventilation, heating, hot and cold water systems. Mr. Maddocks, could I possibly just ask you to keep your voice up a little? It's my fault. I'm having just a slight problem. Yeah, no problem. That would be closer.
Microphone might help, and I'm hard of hearing anyway, so I'm very appreciative of people who speak up.
And am I right in thinking at your time with DSSR, you worked on what you refer to in your report as exemplar nucleus hospital design packs? Yes, I helped collate the packs of technical information for what was the Department of Health's nucleus design concept. And can you just explain to the inquiry, what was the nucleus design pack? It was a predefined layout of a department in a hospital based on what was called a cruciform template. And the idea was that designs were predefined for various departments within a hospital, accident and emergency, operating theatres, wards. And the design was supposed to be rolled out across the country so that if a particular region wanted a design, they could just pick a file off the shelf and say, that's the A&E department, that's the ward department. And they would build a hospital using standard predefined layouts. So standardised designs with presumably a hard copy folder with information? It was all hard copy folders in those days, yes. And if you needed to build a specific part of a hospital, you had an example that you could go to? You had an example that was, the design had been costed, it had set the benchmarks for affordability within the NHS and was deemed to be the most efficient and appropriate design at that time. And is the nucleus design pack still used?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there an equivalent?
There are standardised rooms, not floor plates. So there's a desire to produce standard rooms, a single bedroom, a standard ensuite, clean utility, etc. It's possibly maybe a dozen I can think of that have been standardised to allow economies of scale and uniform practice across the NHS.
So although the concept's been updated, there's still the general principle that there's standardised information that can be called upon if
Yes.
required in hospital.
Very much so.
Just returning to your career, am I right in thinking that you moved from DSSR to Horley?
Yes, in 1989.
And whenever you were at Horley, what types of work were you engaged in?
Predominantly healthcare, projects at Blackpool, Lancaster, Salford.
So when you mentioned Blackpool, Lancaster and Salford, can you just explain what type of projects are they?
They were all three schemes were all nucleus-related developments, so they followed the nucleus-related layout. I designed ventilation systems and steam distribution systems and medical gas systems on each of those three projects. I spent about 10 years on Blackpool Victoria site doing various enabling works, followed by the major development.
So the time that you're at Horley, you're involved in the development of designs for hospital ventilation systems?
Yes.
And then in 1992, you went to work for the NHS as a capital projects officer at Trafford General Hospital.
That's correct.
So can you explain what were you doing in the NHS as a capital projects officer at Trafford General Hospital?
I was charged with developing new schemes and implementing them, whereas a capital projects officer looks at new development. An operational officer looks at the day-to-day management of the estate, the operations of it, so they look after the trade staff who maintain the buildings. My role was to implement new schemes.
Good. Just so I'm understanding, you've got the capital projects officer, but you'd also have an estates officer, is that correct?
There was two, there's an estates officer capital and an estates officer operational, with two different roles. And mine was purely just to deal with new development.
And what would the other role that you talked about?
They were just operationally, they would look after the day-to-day maintenance of the buildings, whether it be building work, electrical work or mechanical work.
So one effectively involved in new capital projects, one in the maintenance of the facilities.
I was new capital.
And how long did you spend working at Trafford General Hospital?
I was there for 2 years.
And then you tell us in your report that you returned to Horley thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. And again, when you returned to Horley, what type of projects were you working on?
I continued with healthcare all the way through to leaving that firm in 2002. That was all I did predominantly for the remaining 8.5 years.
And you give some examples within your report. So you mention work that you did at Wigan Royal Albert Edward Infirmary, at Royal Manchester Children's Hospital, at Blackburn Queen Park Hospital, Evelina Children's Hospital, Bishop Auckland Hospital, Wharfdale Hospital, North Wales Cancer Treatment Centre. Can you just tell us in broad terms, for those types of projects, what work are you doing?
I was responsible for delivering the building services aspects of them. Some of them I did all the detailed design. As I moved through my career at Horley, I was managing them. North Wales Cancer Treatment Centre, I managed that project from start on site all the way through to handover. Blackpool Victoria, I was involved in the design all the way through design process, tendering, construction and handover of that building.
And would that include involvement in the design and implementation of the hospital ventilation system?
Yes, sir.
You tell us after your time at Horley, you moved to BDE.
Building Design Partnership, yes.
And what type of work were you undertaking there?
Healthcare again, predominantly healthcare. There were other schemes that I did get involved with, but my role was really to develop other projects, other healthcare schemes.
And you tell us within your report that you were working for them on a range of PFI hospital projects.
Yes.
Can you just explain to the inquiry, what do you mean by a PFI hospital project?
The Private Finance Initiative was an initiative developed in the 90s whereby funding, there's two streams of funding for a project, and it's either capital funding that comes from government or local government, or from investors, which is the private finance element. So you developed a scheme, a client wanted a new hospital, and quite a long process of generating funding from the financial markets, investors markets in particular. The Bishop Auckland Hospital I was involved with was the money was raised through a bond sale on the financial markets, which is a bit beyond my expertise to understand. But that was what was called a AAA rated bond. So they went to the finance markets to raise the capital that was then to build the hospital. The NHS Trust then pay rent for the use of that hospital for a defined period, 25, 30, 35 years. So the investor gets his return over a longer period of time. So things like pension funds get invested in that.
So just so I'm understanding, you effectively two types of funding for new hospitals. You can have capital funding would come direct from central government.
Correct.
Or you can have what you refer to as PFI, which is effectively private capital coming in, whereby there will be a return provided to investors.
That was then. I don't believe there's been a current PFI in healthcare for some time. It was stopped around 2014. We were involved in a PFI for a small primary care centre, and it was one of the last PFIs. The government sort of moved away from that model of development.
And you mentioned during your time with that you worked on PFI schemes, including Burnley General Hospital and Hexham General Hospital.
That's correct, yes.
And then within your report, you tell us that from 2008 onwards, you joined Cundall.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you just explain what's your role been within Cundall since 2008?
I'm a partner. I'm the health sector leader, so my role is to try and win new work in the healthcare market in the UK and overseas. I run projects. I provide a point of contact for technical reference. So as an example, my colleagues in Australia were wanting some assistance on a project, so I've had a few very early morning conference calls giving them advice on technical aspects of the project, as well as market intelligence. I'm a partner within the business, so I have other responsibilities about the management of the business, but one of my roles is the health sector leader.
And would that include having input into design projects for healthcare ventilation?
As you move up the positions within a company, I tend to do less of the detailed day-to-day calculation work, but I will always sit with a project and develop the concept and do the initial early design work. And then as the scheme develops, then I have a team of engineers who will do the detailed design.
And in addition to your work with Cundall's on the design side and as a partner, have you also been engaged by partners as an expert witness in litigations?
On a few projects, yes. Not many, but a few.
And what types of projects were they?
I've been asked to look at defect issues on PFI hospitals. I've been asked to look at condition surveys on a PFI hospital. Trying to think. Yeah, those are the ones that I can recall straight off the top of my head.
And that's providing expert reports on engineering issues?
Yes, similar to what I've done today.
Thank you. Now, within section 1 of your report, you also tell us that you sit on the CIBSE Healthcare Committee. So firstly, what's CIBSE?
CIBSE is the Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers. It's a chartered body that grants chartered engineer status when people satisfy their entry criteria for being a full member, which I am.
And what is their healthcare committee? What's its remit?
CIBSE covers all manner of sectors for building services engineers. It might be healthcare offices, retail, leisure facilities, and they have a number of groups that are focused on developing and being a focal point for experts. So I was asked to join the committee last year. I'm now the secretary of the committee, and I'm helping write a design guide for engineers to learn how to design hospitals.
And why are you writing that design guide?
Because there isn't a comprehensive guide that exists to cover it all. From a building services perspective, there's no real... It's a way of gathering all the expertise around before too many of us retire, and people can use an online tool to seek guidance, find the pitfalls that occur on projects.
So just so I'm understanding, at the minute there's various people that work in this space, but what you're telling the inquiry, there's not one single guide that someone could pick up where all the principles are written down.
There are a number of guides available. There's the HTMs, HBNs, which I'm sure we'll come on to as the NHS publish, but there's not many other design tools available. Certainly from a detail of ventilation design, you have the NHS HTMs which give you the principles and some of the data, but the design guide that we're going to write, the process of writing, is how you interpret those and what systems you might put in a building. It's the next level of detail from the NHS publications.
Thank you. If I could ask you within your report to look on, please, to section 2, which is on page 56, whereby you outline project design process and drivers. So if a client comes to you and they want a new ventilation system for a hospital, have you really set out the design process on page 56? Yes,
very much so. It depends what stage the client will come to you at. Sometimes I've been involved pre-design. Sometimes a client has an idea of what they already want and ask you to implement it. A lot of the projects I've been involved with, they are really much higher level. A strategic case I've been involved in. So in other words, when you look at a scheme to decide what size a hospital might be, I've been involved in that stage. But all aspects of it, it's not just ventilation, I look at all aspects of the engineering services.
So in terms of the 4 stages that you've set out there, is there any standard entry point where a health trust or a health board would get external advisors in?
I would say pre-design stage. They would generally not have the level of resource within their organisation to advise them of the specialist requirements of a hospital at pre-design stage. So at pre-design stage, strategic case, we would look at a site. Is that site suitable for a hospital? Is there sufficient infrastructure? Is there sufficient power, gas, water, etc.? What size of plant area will we need for clinical accommodation? So all that is pre-designed. That's at strategic level. So we can offer advice at that stage. And then as the project moves forward through the design process, we input at the various RIBA stages, Royal Institute of British Architecture design stages. There's predefined stages. Rather than just starting a scheme and ending at going to tender, you go through key gateways.
Now, we'll come on and look at each of those stages in a moment, but if you could help me, you mentioned within your report the term reference design. What's a reference design?
A reference design would be a concept design that sort of defines how many wards, how many operating theatres, what departments are likely to be in a hospital. And you would typically get a reference design done at RIBA stage 1. And it's a simple building block diagram of how areas relate to one another. And that proves that that building will fit on that site and have sufficient space around it for car parks, utilities and so on.
Are you familiar with the term exemplar design?
I've heard of it, yes.
What's your understanding of an exemplar design?
I would say an exemplar design would be one that is based on something like the nucleus-related templates. So if that's an exemplar design, it works. An exemplar design for a specific hospital would be, I think the term reference and exemplar are very similar. It would be the exemplar design for this hospital with this accommodation sitting on this site, and this is what is I suppose the benchmark that if you were going out to competitive tender to redesign that, you would use that and say, well, we know that we, as the public sector, can build that exemplar design for that amount of money on that site.
Now, you mentioned in terms of reference design that it would take the design up to what you refer to as RIBA stage 1.
Yes.
What do you mean by RIBA stage 1?
It's an early concept layout to prove that you can, you develop the design based on the brief from the clinical body, the client body. You would then cost that job and say this is a budget, and use cost methodology to prove the budget and the scheme is affordable before you move forward into a more detailed brief analysis.
So if we could return then to page 56 of your report, you begin by setting out the pre-design stage. You say that you look at the site, location, local issues, the schedule of proposed departments, and then you say you'd have a simple building diagram reference design may be developed to support the funding application. Do you see that? So that would effectively be the first stage of the project.
It's the first stage of a project that would seek initial concept review with the local planning authority. Will they accept that building? And also, as part of the NHS approvals process, you would have to do a REBA stage 1 to get approval to move to the next stage. It's a relatively quick process. You pay a fee for it, but you're not committing to professional fees and the design fees for something further down the line, because there's no point starting a scheme. It's not affordable, it won't fit on the site, and it doesn't seek approval. So you do it in a stage process to get, say, gateway sign-off.
So in terms of, for example, the schedule of proposed departments, what level of specification is going to be provided at the pre-design stage?
At that stage, it would simply be how many, in the simple terminology, how many beds are required, how many operating theatres, what specialist departments are required, is there a staff canteen required, is there a commercial kitchen required, laundry, mortuary, pharmacy, all the departments that could make up a district general hospital. The clinical team and usually the NHS Trust or Health Board would set out what the clinical objective of that hospital is and say, we want these departments in our building. You could then look up and say, well, what are those standard areas from databases? And that helps to build your outline business case.
And is that information being provided by the client, the Health Trust or the Health Board?
Typically, yes, with support from medical health planners, if they didn't have that resource in-house.
And what do you mean by a medical planner?
A medical planner is a company or person who has experience in developing capital projects. Some organisations, NHS organisations, have those people in-house, and some employ professional consultants to provide that service for them, experienced consultants who know that it becomes into the whole health economics as to how many people does that area serve and how much funding is available. Again, that's outside my area of expertise. I know people who do that for a day job. So they will assess the size of the hospital. Does the local health economy support that size of hospital?
So at this stage, would any engineering details be specified?
Outline, possibly not. You would use experience to say, based on this level of accommodation and this square meterage, you need this amount of plant area, potentially this number of air handling units, and this power supply to serve that site, this size water tank. That's the sort of stuff that I tend to do very early on, before the detailed design gets underway.
Issues such as air changes per hour or pressure requirements for individual spaces, would that level of detail be provided at this stage?
No. You may consider whether a building is going to be mechanically ventilated or naturally ventilated at that stage, but that's still a little bit early at that stage.
So you then move on to what you referred to as stage 2, the design stage. You say that you'd consider if any areas can be naturally ventilated or require mechanical ventilation, plant room locations to optimise ductwork. So what are you meaning by the design stage?
Again, it's the next stage of design. It's not the finalised design that positions grills in the room like you see in this room here today. It's the primary systems that will impact on the building. So the primary duct runs, which push air around the building, primary electrical containment systems that provide power around the building. So the big pieces of kit in big area and where they will be located in relation to, say, operating theatres. There's a key one with operating theatres is they are very intensive in terms of the ventilation area. So you want to position a plant room that serves an operating theatre very close together. So you then sit with the architect and the health planning team. Because when you look at the relationships of a department, you want people to travel as little distance from point A to point B. So the architect will lay out the relationship of the departments that serves the best clinical delivery. Then we as engineers will look at how we can service that area from an engineering perspective.
Just so I'm clear, who's developing this design? Is it the architects and the engineers, or would it be the health board and the health trust?
At that stage, it would be the architects and the engineers with input from the health board.
Would an authorising engineer be involved at this stage?
Traditionally, no, but really as of the last 12 months, yes.
And why do you say yes as of the last 12 months?
The particular Health Technical Memorandum for Ventilation, 0301, was revised last year, and it has required, or now requires, a group called the Ventilation Safety Group. That comprises of the authorising engineer, whose role, I know he's given evidence he will see this job all the way through. You would want to see the estates professionals who are going to look after the building, clinical team, the infection control team, who may have a particular desire to see something within a building. Local practice and policy might change the way you want to ventilate somewhere.
You're saying last 12 months, when the ventilation safety group concepts come in, you'd have a lot of input from the ventilation safety group, including the authorising engineer. But before that, am I correct in understanding that you wouldn't traditionally have had input from an authorising?
Not from an authorising engineer.
What about input from clinical teams?
You would always seek clinical input from the very start of a project. The clinical users, the nursing staff, I've written the room data sheets for a scheme, and I sat down with the clinical staff, the nursing staff, the surgeons. The scheme I did at Trafford General when I was the engineer there, I sat down with the surgeons to establish what did they want out of a theatre. They wanted an ultra clean theatre and they wanted some extra things, so you'd sit down and consult with them.
And again, you've told us at the pre-design stage that would take you up to what you called Rebus Stage 1. How detailed is this design going to be at Stage 2?
It's more developed. That's when you start to put blocks on a drawing with plant arrangements and potential ductwork runs, pipework runs, cable runs. No sizes on yet, no detail, but just conceptually of how you get ventilation ductwork from a plant room somewhere down to a department.
And at this stage, would you have levels of detail such as air changes per hour and pressure regimes?
They may have been produced as part of the room data sheet process. We can talk about that if you want in terms about the room data sheet. But
we'll come on to room data sheets, but if we could just focus before we do, just on what level of detail you'd be at this stage of the design.
You'd use experience, you'd use what exists in the Health Technical Memoranda to inform that decision-making process. Unless you were aware of something in the brief that required something completely different, then you would use experience of what's already in existence.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you have the brief, get it to Rebus Stage 1, you then take it on and build in slightly more detail at that stage. And am I correct in thinking that you may or may not have levels of detail such as air changes per hour or pressure regimes?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a concept called room data sheet. What do you mean by room data?
A room data sheet is the requirement for that particular space. It will cover the physical characteristics of the space, what the walls are going to be made from, what the flooring is going to be. So you'd say the flooring in this, if you take this space as an example, it's got carpeted floor, it's got lay-in ceilings, it's got white walls with a certain permeance of paint. The room is a certain size, it's a certain height. And you would also see on some room data sheets the number of people that are in there and what the room is going to be used for, and also what its relationship is to other rooms, because sometimes you get rooms that need to be next to one another in a hospital for patient flow and clinical use. You then get another element of the room data sheet which gives you the environmental criteria. What light level will be required, what air change rate, what temperature, whether the room is positive or negative in terms of airflow, fire detection, what is the noise criteria for the room? So what room, if it's a bedroom, you want it very quiet. If it's an operating theatre, it can be a bit noisier. And then another level of detail goes down to how many sockets are in the room, how many data points, how many cabinets are in the room. And it defines who puts those into the contract. So there's a definition in the column, it's called Group 1, 2 and 3. So a Group 1 item would be an electrical socket. So the contractor will price for that, and he will install that. A Group 2 item might be an IT screen that gets supplied by the client, but the contractor installs it. A Group 3 item might be just something like a litter bin that gets purchased by the trust and put into space, or the chairs that you see, something that can be just wheeled in at a later date and moved around.
Now, we'll come on and look at an example of a room data sheet later, but just so I'm understanding you at the minute, it sounds from what you've said that the room data sheet is highly prescriptive in terms of the level of detail it provides. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it would be providing the size of the room. Is that correct?
It would.
It would be providing the ventilation requirements, such as air changes per hour and pressure regimes. And at what stage is that coming in? Because we've got pre-design, we talked about the reference design starting then, and then we're into the design stage where you've got the concept. But how does the room data sheets slot in? At what stage are they made up?
You can generate that level of information at day one. There are different levels of detail that you can draw down from. There's a number of proprietary products where you can pull this data from. It is what's regarded as best practice, it's what's affordable, it's what normal clinical practice has from experience is used to define that room.
So you could either do that at the pre-design stage or when you move into stage 2 in the actual design stage itself.
It depends how much. It's not that difficult. So once you've generated a schedule, the schedule of accommodation at stage 1 defines the departments that are in the facility, and you can then just go onto a department and click, I'll have that many bedrooms, and you just generate a sheet. It's not that difficult. You can generate it all at one point.
And who would generate it?
Either the NHS Trust, the architect, or the medical health planner. Depends who is asked to do that. Some trusts have a team experienced in capital development who can do that work for you.
Now, the next stage that you mentioned on page 50.
Sorry, my fault. It's just getting that answer. The question was who would generate the room data sheet, and you said it might be the trust, it might be the architect, and the third one was?
The medical planner. The medical health planner.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you, Lord. So if we could look back to page 56 of your reports, you've got the pre-design, the design stage. Am I right in thinking by the time you're at the design stage, you both have to have effectively the concept and the room data sheets? Is that correct?
Yes, and that would form another key gateway to sign off and say, yes, that's what we want to build. Okay. So you've gone through the funding application process where you just, will this building fit on this site? Then go to the next level of detail and cost checks, and then that would get approved through a key gateway before you then go into the detailed design.
When you say the detailed design, when does the design phase finish and when do you move to the construction phase?
Once you've then, from establishing the rooms and the detail, you then start to spend a period of time calculating the pipe sizes, the cable sizes, the duct sizes, the architectural details. So the whole design team have then a series of tasks to develop that design to a point that a contractor can price it.
And for a contractor to price it, do you need both concept design, room data sheets, and what you're referring to is the more detailed design?
Yes. You can get different levels. It's all about accuracy of price. You could approach a contractor at stage 1 and you would have a price certainty with a plus or minus percentage of accuracy. The more detail you can put down on paper, the more accurate the price becomes.
So would you have to have that design process that you've just told the inquiry about completed before you could effectively move to the construction phase?
Ideally, yes. There are situations where you might not have developed that design to that level of detail, but the program pressure means you have to start construction before that level of detail. In other words, the pipe sizes, you might not have got that secured. You may have got 80% of the design complete to get a cost certainty to appoint a contractor, but then there is a risk associated. But the contractor would generally price that into his offer, price the risk of the design not being completed.
Drawing on your experience, is that something that you would recommend a client does?
No. Not in my opinion.
Why not?
It carries, at this moment in time, with the way the market is and the way prices are fluctuating, it just carries a lot of risk that, as of today, you know, inflation price risk is huge in the industry. Shortage of materials is huge in the industry, and those are inflating prices up beyond what might normally be affordable, say, 18 months ago.
Is it too basic to say that if you didn't have the design fixed, you don't know what will be built?
There is, well, if the contract documents set the parameter, set the rules as to what you will have, then that is a degree of protection for you as the client. You know, if your specification says you shall have X, then you expect to get that. The size of the pipe that goes to something is less important, but there is still a risk to pricing.
Just before we move into the construction phase itself, if a health board or a health trust was going out to a competitive tendering exercise, it was going to conduct a procurement exercise, what level of design would you expect to be completed before that procurement exercise started?
It depends on the contract that you're going to engage with. Traditional, as we call them, traditional contracts, you would expect the design to be very well advanced before it's priced. If time pressures are such that you might just take that risk and not have the pipe sizes on, you would go to tender, and you might go through a design and build contract such that the completion of the design is undertaken by the contractor.
Would you expect room data sheets to be in place before a procurement exercise was conducted?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
If you want a degree of cost certainty, because of the way the room data sheets work with the amount of detail that's in them, you're telling a contractor, that is what I expect, that is the employer's requirement. Instead of just saying, give me a hospital with 200 beds and 5 operating theatres, please, you're telling them the level of detail that they expect to price.
So returning then to page 56, you go on to tell us about the construction phase. What do you mean by construction?
Turning the drawn information into reality, the ductwork, the pipes, the walls, such that a contractor can program works and decide the priority of what he has to build first and what contractors he will need to bring on board to implement that design from a 2D drawing into a reality.
And would that be done before or after a contract was concluded?
How do you mean, sorry?
With a contractor?
The design would be complete before you would go to, or degree to what extent you agree before you go to the contractor. And then you call on the contractor's skill and experience to inform the whole construction process and programme.
Thank you. So the next stage that you outline on page 56 is what you refer to as handover, and then you outline a process called commissioning. What's commissioning?
Commissioning is setting to work of all the dynamic systems in the building. You can't just turn a fan on and expect the air to get from plant room down to the apartments in the correct volume. So you're basically turning things on and making sure that water flows where you want the water to flow, air flows where you want it to flow to, and is the correct temperature.
And then you mention a concept over the page, on page 57 of the bundle, of validation. Well, what's validation and how does it differ from commissioning?
Commissioning is undertaken by the contractor as part of his brief and as part of his tender. He will be asked to commission the systems and prove that they meet the design requirements. In other words, if a room such as we are in today has got X many litres per second, he will be required to demonstrate that. Validation is an independent third-party proof that he's done what he said he's done. And certain areas of a hospital require validation for legal purposes and for third-party verification. As an example, a pharmacy that produces drugs is controlled by the Medicines Health Regulatory Agency. They will go in and validate a pharmacy to prove that that pharmacy meets their guidance. So that's another set of guidance documents that the designer has to be considered. So validation is really a third-party verification of a system or facility.
So commissioning, the contractor's proving that the ventilation system, for example, works.
He's basically, the contractor is proving that everything that was on the design drawings has been installed and works in accordance with the design intent.
And then validation is a check by an independent third party.
Correct.
And who would actually do that validation process? Is there a specific individual that would carry that out?
It may be overseen by the authorising engineer. He may do that work or want to inspect the records of the contractor and ask for spot checks on things. How he does it is really up to him. If he starts to do inspections and find there's lots of errors, then he will basically go back and start all over again. But if he gets comfort that the main key criteria, the main air handling unit air volume is matching the design intent, he may say that's sufficient as far as validation is concerned. It might be that he has to go back and check every single valve. In a pharmacy, as an example, you have to check everything to get the Medicines Health Regulatory Agency stamp to say, because a pharmacy produces drugs that are being given to a patient, there's a lot greater surety requirement that that building has been built to the correct standards, or that facility rather.
Thank you. If I could ask you to look on page 57, please. Just below figure 1, there's a note. Do you see that note beginning, yep. Commissioning is the setting?
Yeah.
Okay. So you say commissioning is the setting to work of all engineering systems, move air and water around a building, and is vital to ensure the systems perform as intended by the designer. Air and water-based systems need to be set up to ensure the correct flow rates are delivered, to ensure air change rates are achieved or heating is available. Now, whenever you say air change rates are achieved, what are you talking about there? Are you talking about a contractual specification, or would there be checks against wider guidance?
It would be, you would look at the engineer will have taken the air change rates for a space, converted that to an air volume, and then designed the distribution system in the room to get that air into this space. So if you look in this room here, you've got these swirl diffusers. The design drawing will show how many litres per second of air are required from that grill. So the commissioning process is you put a device up there to measure that performance and prove that that will go to that place. One of the things with fluids is they only take the path of least resistance. So if the duct that serves this room is at that far end, you might find all the air goes out through those grills. So there's no air distribution at this end. So you have to balance where the air goes, and that's what the commissioning engineers do, and they prove it by measuring the air volumes. There are devices within the ductwork that push the air or ensure the air is delivered equally as you intend it to.
The inquiry heard evidence from a Mr. Andrew Poplett, who's an authorising engineer, and his evidence was that at the validation stage, the authorising engineer would check not just the contractual specification, but would also check for compliance with guidance such as the Health Technical Memorandum.
Yes.
Is that your understanding of what happens in practice?
Yes, it may well be. He would look to see as to what was the contract documents, what was the air change rate. He may do his own independent verification and look at what a particular room was intended to be. He may do his own calculations to do that.
And just to be clear, would that be checked against both the contractual specification and guidance such as Health Technical Memorandum?
With an experienced authorising engineer, he would say so, yes. He would look at that and say, well, why is that specification, that doesn't meet, he might say that doesn't meet the HTM. Why is that occurred?
And what would you expect an authorising engineer to do in that scenario if there was a disconnect between the contractual specification and what's specified within a health technical?
He would flag it up as a non-conformance or non-compliance, and why, just to seek the question, why does this not meet the HTM?
And as he's an independent party, who's he flagging that up to?
He would be employed by the NHS Trust body that has commissioned the hospital, so he provides an independent verification.
Still within page 57 of your report, just above the bullet points, you say, throughout the above stages, there are many competing interests that have to be resolved that can only be resolved by dialogue with all parties, and then you list a number of parties, so architects, structural engineers. You also mentioned infection prevention and control. What do you mean by infection prevention and control within the NHS?
Every hospital has an infection control officer whose if that person may be of a nursing background, generally they're of a nursing background, and they will implement policies on a site to control infections. They will have policies for hand washing, for washing mattresses. They may have technical requirements that they've developed from their own experience. They may have policies in place that they want to be able to examine something. So it's what some of the policies are more to do with sort of clinical nursing practices, but they may have an impact on the built environment. There's not many. In fact, I know of only one nurse that's an infection control nurse that's a built environment specialist as well. There's not many of them about, but some trusts might insist on certain things.
And just to be clear, the procedures that you're talking about here, is that the procedures that existed up to 2021? Because after 2021, you would now have the ventilation safety group inserted here.
Correct. I would always ask, if I was taking all the way up through my career, as I started to ask clients for briefs, I would always ask, is there any infection control policy that is local to this trust that might impact on the engineering design?
And in terms of those changes, so that the individuals listed there that would be involved, as opposed to those individuals plus the ventilation safety group, what system do you think?
I think the creation of the ventilation safety group has been it's followed the principle of a water safety group, which was something that was developed a few years ago to look after the water systems in a hospital. So the actual ventilation safety group is a really useful team of individuals to agree a design.
Why?
There are some times where you might choose to change a design for local reasons. There might be issues with the trust might want to, they have a different maintenance protocol that they want to implement in, and that would influence and feed into the ventilation safety group.
At this section of your report, you mention a number of key considerations in relation to ventilation. So obviously architectural issues, engineering issues, infection prevention and control. Would you agree that energy efficiency would also be an important consideration in many cases?
Energy efficiency tends to be governed by building regulations and statutory requirements. So you have to comply with those before you really comply with the HTMs, because you have to get building regulation compliance before you have a building sign-off.
And would such issues have to be factored into the ventilation design?
Yes, they would.
If I can ask you to look at section 2.2 of your report, please, which is on page 58. You introduce here the Scottish Capital Investment Manual. And you list various stages: initial agreement, outline business case, full business case, and so on. Can you just summarise what each of those stages is?
These are key gateway sign-offs that the NHS has in terms of its investment process. So like I said earlier, you wouldn't start with a concept design and go all the way through without some checks and balances through the process. There's a time period for all these tasks to take place. So it's making sure that you are going to build a hospital that meets the clinical need for the area. You're then going to make sure that it's going to be of the right size that still meets the budget. So you start off with an accuracy of a budget. And for argument's sake, let's say it's 30% accurate. As you go through these key design stages, the level of detail increases and the cost certainty decreases. So instead of being plus or minus 30% or plus 30%, you'll be down to, say, 10%. So you're getting more and more accurate. And as you do that, you obviously are expending more money because of the design service involved to get to that stage. If you suddenly started with a desire to build a hospital of X wards, Y operating theatres, and then you went all the way through to the end and suddenly found you couldn't afford it once you tendered it, you've wasted an awful lot of money. So there are key gateways, and these are allied to the line underneath are the RIBA industry standard stages, so preparation and brief, concept design, develop design, technical design. You would normally go to tender at the end of a technical design process, but if you're doing a design and build, you might go out at the end of a developed design, but again, you carry a risk commercially as to what that price from a contractor would be.
Just thinking back to the four-stage design, beginning with pre-design and moving on to design, at the initial agreement stage, what level would the design be at?
I would say at the initial agreement stage, you're talking possibly just schedule of accommodation with area.
And then once we move forward into the outline business case, but by the outline business case, what stage would you expect
You
the
would
design
be
to be at?
doing drawings at a 1:200 scale, which showed the interrelationships of the departments, where the wards are in relation to an ICU, and just the functional shape of the building should be defined during that outline business case.
Would the room data sheets be completed by that point?
They could be. The outline detail in terms of the departmental areas, the level of detail in terms of air change rates, you wouldn't need to know that at that stage. That really comes, the level of detail that is on a room data sheet in terms of lux levels, noise levels, that really steps in at developed design stage.
The developed design stage would be somewhere between outline business case and final business case, is that correct?
Correct.
So if we look within the outline business case, please, just still within figure 2, you'll see that you have various boxes. So below concept, you've got operational commissioning, and then at the bottom of that box, you've got late OBC. So is that late in the outline business case? Within outline business case, there's then a large box with operational commissioning. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then within that, just of the third last bullet point, it says late outline business case, review concept design, outline equipping strategy, outline commissioning master plan.
Yeah, this is where you engage with the NHS team, client body, the project board, call it what you will. So the NHS body should be setting up or should have set up a project team, usually comprising a project director, a representative of the estate staff, a representative of the operational staff, to develop the brief. And that team will then have to look at those particular aspects. They will need to look at appointing a commissioning manager and some of the tasks that they, as the client, will need to consider to help them get what they want at the end of the project.
And then if we look at the box below that, which is called technical commissioning, we see the second bullet point there, review guidance and standards. What does that mean?
Really just for the team to understand, the NHS team to understand what they're going to get. And that's the chance for them to say, actually, we found this doesn't work on this site. This is not what we've developed in terms of custom and practice from a maintenance perspective.
In terms of guidance and standards, would that be touching on things like health technical
Yes,
memoranda or Scottish health technical memoranda?
An example of this is that one aspect of the HTMs relating to single bed isolation rooms, there are certain organisations do not concur with the standard. They have a slightly different standard, and that's where they would say, we don't want you to use that element of the HTM, we want you to use this document.
And then if we see within that still technical commissioning, it says late outline business case, review concept design, agree key derogation list. What does that mean, agree key derogation list?
If there is an element of the HTM, and this is one of the new things that's occurred with certainly with HTML 301, if there is an element of HTML 301 that is deemed not suitable for that project, then you would now be required to prepare a list of derogations. And an example might be the construction quality of the air handling unit. The trust may prefer the interior to be made of X, whereas the HTM has a list of what it should be. So if the estate staff or the client body agrees that there is a derogation, that should now be listed on a schedule.
If you're thinking of not complying guidance such as Scottish Health Technical Memorandum, you would be expecting that to be identified at the outline business case stage?
If there was a key change at outline business case, yes. You might look, as it develops further down the line, to change that.
Because if we then look on to the next stage, which is the full business case, and within the second main box there, technical commissioning, you see the third bullet point, review derogations. See that?
Yes.
So could you just explain what's meant there by review derogations?
Well, that's when a derogation from a standard may have been selected, but as the word says, record the risks. So you then need to do a risk assessment on why has that change occurred and what are the risks that, you know, someone may have agreed something at one stage and they're not really thoroughly thought through the risk associated with that change. It might be something or nothing, it might be quite important.
In terms of this diagram that you've provided, initial agreement, outline business case, full business case, if there had to be a procurement exercise done, what point would that be done in terms of those three steps?
It depends on how you're going to procure. If it was a full detailed design using a traditional model, you would go at the end of stage 4. If you're going through a design and build, you might go out at the end of stage 3, develop design, where you've developed a much greater development of the room relationships, and then you are using a contractor's skill and expertise to build that more quickly, using perhaps off-site manufacturing as an idea. They would bring that to the table at that stage.
But I'm understanding correctly, you would do the outline business case, the procurement exercise, and then that would all be signed off in the final business case before the contract's concluded. Is that correct?
Yes. And that's part of the NHS approval process, that you cannot generally appoint a contractor until full business case has been approved.
In terms of any agreed derogations, is that being done by a health board before or after the contractors becoming involved through the procurement exercise?
Well, it should be signed off before the contract is in place. It might have been agreed with the health board or the client. A contractor may propose a derogation as part of his tender exercise, and that derogation would get added to the derogation list. So again, so that the client is clear that he's not getting a fully potentially compliant hospital. If there's been the derogation is agreed, then contractor bills to that, then it's compliant with what the derogation says.
We can move on within your report, please, to page 59, whereby you outline issues such as time, cost, and quality. On page 59, just below time, at letter B, talk about the funding arrangement, you say PFI-funded schemes have a higher degree of urgency cost viewpoint, as financial investors will want a faster return on their investment. Can you just explain in a bit more detail what you mean by that?
A funding partner, a financial house, will basically loan the money to build the hospital. As soon as the hospital's handed over, they start to get a return on that investment. So the longer the hospital takes to build, the longer it will be before they start to see a revenue stream. And it's, in my experience, it's as simple as that. They will want to see it built as quickly as they can. So they get the client moves in and they start paying the rent.
Is it an oversimplification to say a pressure to get to a point where the money starts to flow?
I don't think it's an oversimplification. There is a pressure. There is a practical limit as to actually how fast you can build something. Concrete takes so long to set. It takes so long to install certain things and test them. Some of it you can do it just by putting lots of labour on, but there are still some practical boundaries, if you will, to limit them, how much you can build and how fast.
There could be private money that's going in, both potentially capital and debt, with interest running, interest payments, is that correct?
Potentially, that's beyond my area of expertise, I'm afraid. When you start talking equity and debt, I get confused, I'm afraid.
But again, just going back to my understanding of what you've told the inquiry, though, that the money wouldn't be paid by the health board until they get the facility handed.
With a PFI funded option, that's correct. That's my interpretation, yes.
If I could ask you to look within your report, please, to section 3, which is on page 62. And you said at 3.1 onwards, the various types of hospitals, so primary care, secondary or acute, tertiary or specialist care. And then from 3.12 onwards, you begin to talk in slightly more detail about nucleus design. And you say towards the bottom of the final paragraph, 3 lines up from the bottom, with the nucleus design, there was a lever arch file with concepts layout and room data sheets being predefined. See that?
Yes.
So is that really what you've told us you were working on earlier in your career
Yes.
in terms of the nucleus pack?
The nucleus pack, as I say, I can distinctly recall a whole series of purple lever arch files, and you said if you want an A&E, you pull the lever arch file off. You know, this was in the days of pre-digital, so it was, you had a paper print showing you what the drawing was going to look like for an A&E.
So effectively, from 1975 onwards, you had a degree of standardisation in terms of the approach towards hospital design.
Yes, and I think, as I said in my report, there were other concepts that were developed on ward layouts. The Nightingale from the 1800s, post-war racetrack, Nuffield wards, Falkirk wards. I've not dealt with a Nuffield or Falkirk. I've dealt with plenty of Nightingales, many of which are still operational today.
You mentioned within your report at page 63 that nucleus design fell out of favour. Why did it fall out of favour?
In my experience, it was because I understand that it didn't meet certain changes in nursing practices. The layouts were the clinical nursing practices were changing, and in a nucleus ward, you had a couple of 7-bed wards. There was a desire to reduce the number of beds in a ward to 4 and more single beds. The nucleus footprint didn't lend itself to that. It was a change. I think there was an architectural imperative at the time that they were just boring and they didn't fit on certain sites because they were designed for 2 or 3 stories at most. You know, lots of new hospitals can be typically 6 stories, and they're more inner city based as well because of transport links for members of the public to get there. So there was a whole change in emphasis.
And the inquiry's heard evidence that there's been a greater drive towards single bed rooms within hospitals. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
But is it your experience that there's still some multi-bed wards within new hospitals?
I've not done one for a while. We've just completed a project in the last 12 months where we've done 2 major developments at a site, and we've delivered approximately 400 single bedrooms. There isn't a single, the only multi-bed areas are recovery bays or intensive care units or critical care units. The general medical or surgical delivery is done through single bedrooms these days.
The inquiry heard evidence from a Miss Mackenzie, a former chief nurse for acute and community children's services with NHS Lothian, and her evidence is that there's a move towards nearly 100% single beds unless there's a clinical justification. And one example of a clinical justification she provided the inquiry was, for example, within a children's hospital, that children can have social isolation if they're on their own. They can be more difficult in terms of alerting staff if they're ill, so that there could be, he said, there could be a clinical justification for a departure from 100% single bed rooms. Would that be your experience as well?
Yes, very much so. There was a desire from an initiative called the Patient Experience to give people some privacy and dignity. And if you're in a bed bay with 7 other patients and one's in a degree of pain and screaming out through the night, then it disturbs the other 6 patients. There's also an operational issue that if one of those patients becomes very ill, they can spread sickness and diarrhea and vomiting bug around the other 6 patients. So, you know, suddenly you've got 7 patients who are very poorly, whereas if you've got lots of single beds, you can just isolate that one room and deal with it.
Thank you. I want to move on now and look in a bit more detail at some of the guidance that we've touched upon. The first document that I want to look at, please, is Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 00, which is in Bundle 1 at page 333.
Thank you.
So this is a document, SHTM00, Best Practice Guidance for Healthcare Engineering Policies and Principles. Have you got a familiarity of working with Health Technical Memorandum and Scottish Health Technical Memorandum?
The Scottish ones are very similar to the English ones. I'm more familiar with the English ones.
So within the series of either the HTMs or the SHTMs, what is either HTM or SHTM00? What's its purpose?
It's really the whole structure of the process and documents that you need to go and refer to. I tend to go and look straight at the detailed technical ones for medical gases, water or ventilation. This sets the framework for which the documents have come out. They were renumbered, been renumbered twice. So it's just the structure of the way the whole guidance documentation works.
And within that document, we'll come on and look at it, but at various points it's described as general guidance, and then at other points it's described as comprehensive guidance. What's your understanding of the level of guidance it provides?
Just level of detail. You know, if you look at the below, it just tells you the principles that you should adopt about plant resilience and general issues you should consider as part. I say it's not a document I read every project because I always work straight through the detail. So it looks at how it's more aimed at people who've not got a great deal of experience, in my view, that can inform them of where to look and look at the detail. I tend to look straight at the detail.
I could ask you to look, please, to page 340. Do you see that it sets out on page 340 that the scope of the document? So it says Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 00 and the series it supports provides comprehensive specialist advice and guidance on the design, installation and effective operation of a healthcare facility from an engineering technology perspective. While it is not intended to cover every possible scenario, for example, the concept of a hospital at home, the standards and principles it advocates may be appropriate to follow in all locations where healthcare is provided. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that your understanding of what these documents do?
Yes. I think the opening line of that is this document gives best practice advice. Is the key one for me.
And it continues then under the next bold heading that the aim of the guidance. The aim of Scottish Health Technical Memoranda 00 is to ensure that everyone concerned with the management, design, procurement and use of the healthcare facility understands the requirements of the specialist critical building and engineering technology involved. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, again, is this just a guide written by engineers for engineers, or does it have a wider audience?
I think it has a wider audience because some of the elements within the HTMs are for the operational staff. It's also telling other members of the design team why we do what we do. We have certain requirements to comply.
And then if we look to the final main paragraph beginning only by having a knowledge, do you see that?
Yes.
So only by having a knowledge of these requirements can the healthcare organisation's board and senior managers understand their duty of care to provide safe, efficient, effective and reliable systems which are critical in supporting direct patient care. When this understanding is achieved, it is expected that, in line with integrated governance proposals, appropriate governance arrangements would be put in place, supported by access to suitably qualified staff, to provide this informed client role, which reflect these responsibilities. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the reference to the term an informed client? Thinking back to the design process that you talked about in terms of the pre-design, the design, do you deal with informed clients, or really is control just ceded to the architects and the engineers?
No, the client generally is an informed client. They know, they may have different levels of experience of procuring capital projects, but generally the clients I've worked with are informed. They know the level of information and their own skill and at what point they need to pass down to design engineers or architects to develop that skill.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 341 of the Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 00 to the bottom of the page, recommendations. You see that?
Yeah.
Page 341, the bottom section, recommendations.
Yes.
Scottish Health Technical Memoranda 00 recommends that boards and chief executives as accountable officers use the guidance and references provided. And then over the page onto page 342, when planning and designing new healthcare facilities or undertaking refurbishments. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that your experience in the industry of what actually happens?
Yes. Hospital trusts tend to set up a project board, and that project board is then responsible for delivering that facility and make key decisions and bring the relevant stakeholders into a team. So whether it be a clinical team, a surgical team or a medical team, they will pull together the specialists from each department to help inform the designers.
And that's being planned and designed in line with the Health Technical Memoranda or the Scottish Health Technical Memoranda. And just for completeness, at the bottom of page 342, we see the guidance going on. Once NHS boards and chief executives have embraced the principles set out within this document and taken the necessary actions, their duty of care responsibilities are more likely to be fulfilled, as will their ability to maintain public confidence in the NHS at a local level. See that?
That's correct. Yeah, I see that.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 344 of the Scottish Health Technical Memorandum. And to paragraph 1.11, guidance. Do you see that?
I do.
Page 344, paragraph 1.11. Scottish Health Technical Memoranda guidance provides a best practice framework which aims to raise awareness and provide the confidence for strong management. Do you see that?
I do.
So again, is that the same formulation you use, that it's best practice?
I believe that they are the best practice.
Is it mandatory, though, to comply with the guidance?
That's a difficult one. So actually, is it mandatory? I don't know if the word actually mandatory exists. It didn't in the old versions. The new version of HTML 301 uses what's called modal verbs. So it defines what the word should, because there's many situations where arguments have occurred between whether something should, must, or will. So they've now defined that in HTML 301 to offer what is guidance and what is mandatory. An example being that a certain component of an air handling unit had to be a glass trap on a cooling core. So you could see that, and that was a mandated requirement. There are other options and elements that others could give an option for. There are certain elements that would be mandated.
Your reference to the use of modal verbs, was that an innovation in the 2021
Correct.
version of the HTML?
Yes, it's in HTML 301. I don't believe it's in any others, but it came out in HTML 301. Because of these, different engineers would have different views on things. So they used modal verbs to really define and be more prescriptive.
Regardless of the precise legal status of Health Technical Memoranda and Scottish Health Technical Memoranda, if a client came to you seeking a design for a ventilation system for a new hospital, would you expect to be able to achieve full compliance with the Health Technical Memoranda or the Scottish Health Technical Memoranda?
Yes, I would.
So would your expectations be that there would be any derogations at the design stage?
If the client wanted to derogate, he would tell you. Otherwise, you'd take it that the HTMs are the gospel, they're your Bible to work to, instruction manual. They are regarded as the most comprehensive, and they're used by many European and overseas countries as the gold standard. So they are based on years of experience from operational people, from health facilities, health trust boards, who feed into the whole process to modify them and update them.
The next document that I would like you to have a look at, please, Mr Maddocks, is the Scottish Health Technical Memoranda 2025, which is in Bundle 1 at page 28, please. Bundle 1, page 28. Scottish Health Technical Memoranda 2025, Design Considerations, Ventilation in Healthcare Premises. And again, you've explained it within your report that there were various developments through what you refer to as DV4, and then there was Health Technical Memorandum 2025 and Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 2025, and then there was the renumbering from 2007 onwards where it became Health Technical Memorandum and Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 0301. So if we think back to the point that we're dealing with 2025, what was the purpose of this document?
This was really an enhancement on previous guidance, bringing together operational experience, and started to become more applicable to other areas. The original design guide that was referenced as DV4 was purely for operating theatres. 2025 started to expand it to other areas within a hospital. And then as HTMO 301 has been updated, they've started to define more detail. So this is like an evolution of the design standards through a period of time.
So effectively, technical principles and guidance for ventilation systems being set out?
Yes.
Okay. If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 41 and to table 2.1. So on page 41, table 2.1, typical internal design conditions. And then below that in brackets, there's a statement, refer to activity database for specific details. So this is within a Scottish Health Technical Memoranda. It's referring the reader to what's referred to as an activity database to get more specific details. What's your understanding of that reference?
The activity database is what generates the room data sheet. So it's a database of various departments, rooms, and that will cover the information, and you go onto the database to look for the rooms in particular. The HTM only lists 1 to 8 rooms. Obviously, there are many more room descriptions within a hospital, within departments. So you would expect if the information isn't on that table for the room you're looking at, you would then go and look at the room data sheet, and hopefully it would be in that room data sheet.
Okay. Now you've told us about the old nucleus design where you had lots of purple folders. Physically, what is the activity database? Is it more lever arch folders or is it something different?
It was at the time just in lever arch folders. It's now obviously an online database and a piece of software that you can interrogate, adjust, or just generate the standard exemplar spaces.
And again, what level of detail will you provide? Would you see within the activity database?
Every detail that you would need to develop the design for a space: temperature, humidity, lighting levels, pressure regime, which is on that table, everything that you would need to inform your design as an engineer.
So the Scottish guidance effectively saying, for the real detail, go and look at the activity database.
Correct.
And if we can then still within SHTM 2025, if we could look on to page 46, please, to paragraph 2.52. So page 46, paragraph 2.52. Specific requirements for individual spaces and departments are included in the Scottish Health Planning Notes, Health Building Notes and Activity Database ADB sheets, A sheets. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if we see references to Activity Database, ADB or A sheets, is that all relating back to the Activity Database?
To the room data sheets, yes.
It was again, just to be absolutely clear, you would have a room data sheet, which is a physical screenshot or piece of paper, but it would be populated from the activity database.
Yes. I've put examples in Appendix 1 of my report of the level of detail that they cover.
Thank you. We'll come on to that in a moment. Thank you. And then still just for completeness, within SHTM 2025, if we look to page 222, please. This is section 3, minimum standards. Which states new ventilation systems should be designed, installed, their performance validated, and handed over to the standards set out in the relevant sections of this SHTM, Health Building Notes, Scottish Hospital Planning Notes, and associated activity database sheets. See that?
Yes.
And again, is that in line with your understanding of industry practice in terms of how a ventilation system would be created?
Yes.
Sorry, my fault, Mr. McGregor. Could you just give me that page reference
Yes,
again?
so it's page 222,
Thank you.
and it's paragraph 3.1. The next set of standards that I'd like to look at, please, is in Bundle 1 at page 618, which is Scottish Health Technical Memoranda 0301, Ventilation for Healthcare Premises, Part A, Design and Validation. So we've now moved on in terms of the development from 2025 to 0301. Were these guides split into Parts A and Part B?
Yes.
So what did Part A show?
A is really for the design engineer to review. B is for the operational management of a ventilation system. So that tells the operational team tasks that they are required to do on a quarterly, monthly, twice yearly basis. How they can look after the system, basically.
If I could ask you to look on to page 624, please. Preface about Scottish Health Technical Memoranda. Does it then really set out what this technical guidance is for?
Yes.
So we see engineering, Scottish Health Technical Memoranda give comprehensive advice and guidance on the design, installation and operation of specialised building and engineering technology used in the delivery of healthcare. The focus of Scottish Health Technical Memoranda guidance remains on healthcare specific elements of standards, policies and up-to-date established best practice. So again, is that in line with your understanding? You used that reference to best practice earlier in your evidence.
That's your starting point.
They're applicable to new and existing sites and are for use at various stages during the whole building life cycle. Healthcare providers have a duty of care to ensure that appropriate engineering governance arrangements are in place and are managed effectively. The Engineering Scottish Health Technical Memoranda series provides best practice engineering standards and policy to enable management of this duty of care. And then if we skip the next paragraph, there's a paragraph beginning, healthcare specific technical engineering guidance is a vital tool in the safe and efficient operation of healthcare facilities. Do you have any observations on that phrase?
No, again, it is the established protocols, procedures that have been experienced over time. There's a lot of hindsight that's gone into these documents from operational teams where NHS trusts and estates officers have fed back information. The authors of these guides are people from a variety of backgrounds, and it's just lessons learned as well.
Would you agree with the reference to it being directed at ensuring that the safe operation of healthcare facilities?
Yes.
And it continues in the next sentence, Scottish Health Technical Memoranda guidance is the main source of specific healthcare related guidance for estates and facilities professionals. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
And again, it then says that the core suite of 8 subjects provides access to guidance which, and then in the second bullet point, encapsulates the latest standards and best practice in healthcare engineering.
Yes, I agree with that.
If I could ask you to look on to page 629, please. Paragraph 1.17 on page 629, which states increased health risks to patients will occur if more specialised ventilation systems installed to supply high quality air to operating departments do not achieve and maintain the required standards. The link between post-operative infection and theatre air quality is well established. Plants serving conventional operating departments for will require to ensure the separation of areas within the suite by maintaining a specific direction of airflow between rooms even when doors are opened. They will also maintain the selected operating department environment conditions regardless of changes in the outside air conditions and activities within the space. And then it goes on to deal with ultra-clean operating theatres. Now, that's just an example for operating theatres. There's other examples, but is that really what this is directed at in terms of what needs to be complied with?
Absolutely. It's informing an engineer, a design engineer, of the importance of following the procedure that's laid out in the manual, following the calculation methodology and process. And that particular aspect of an operating theatre has been studied many times over to establish those design principles, and they really haven't changed since the 1960s.
And then if we look on to page 633, please. Paragraph 1.35. Page 633, the guidance contained in this SHTM should be applied in full to new installations and major refurbishments of existing installations. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And then if we look to paragraph 1.37, in assessing the need for more specialised ventilation and the standards desired for patient care, managers will need to be guided by their medical colleagues and by information published by Health Facilities Scotland. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, if there's a new medical procedure being undertaken, say development, then the client needs to explain to an engineer or the design consultant what that process is so that you can come up with an agreed strategy to deal with that uniqueness.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 646. And to the bottom paragraph, paragraph 2.60. Page 646, paragraph 2.60. Specific requirements for individual spaces and departments are included in the health building notes, activity database A sheets, or Scottish health planning notes. Are you surprised by any of those references?
No.
Why would you expect to see all those references?
It's reinforcing that the activity database provides the level of detail required to develop a design.
Lord Brady, I'm conscious that's 11:30. I am moving on to a slightly different area now. I've included the guidance.
Well, if that's a convenient moment to break, that's what we'll do. So we'll take a coffee break at Mr. Maddocks and sit again about quarter to 12.
Okay.
Mr. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Maddocks, if I could ask you to have your report in front of you again, please. So it's in bundle 6 at page 65, please. And to ask you to look at a passage at paragraph 3.1. Begin in the first sentence, setting out the brief. Then you say this should also include any specific requirements, including compliance with relevant Scottish Health Building notes, Scottish Health and this is often generated by Scotland or Health Board in conjunction with the clinical health planner. Can I just ask, why have you included Health Facilities Scotland or the Health Board in brackets?
Sometimes they may have the team or the experience to prepare the room data sheets. Some organisations do have people within their team. They may second in a specialist to do that work for them.
It's just really that the inquiry understands that Health Facilities Scotland is a body that provides technical advice and assistance to NHS boards, and that would include setting up framework agreements, for example. However, the board may be responsible for individual contracts in terms of building a hospital. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And then you say just towards the bottom of paragraph 3.3, 3 lines up from the bottom, a brief should contain the core clinical requirements such as bed numbers, surgical or medical, number of operating specialist departments, and the corresponding room data sheet provide the departments. See that? Yes. So again, am I right in thinking, you said earlier in your evidence that the room data sheets could be really produced at any point, but in an ideal scenario, are they right at the start?
Yes.
And would they be a good way of confirming a client's ventilation requirements for dealing with issues such as odour emissions or removal of potential pathogen? Yes.
And if there's any variances that are specific for that development, then you could flag it up at that stage.
If I can ask you to look on, please, within your report to page 89, top right-hand corner. At page 88, you start with Appendix A, which is example room data sheet. If we could pick matters up on page 89, please. So on page 89, we see top left-hand corner, ADB, list of departments. What is this that we're looking at?
This is an extract from the current activity database software. I contacted the manufacturers and agents for this product, and these are the departments that exist in the current activity database software package. These are based on the available health building notes. You see the number on the left-hand side, the code. So those are codes that reference across to the health building notes. And they just detail what size department or what the departments are that they have. So you can see about a third of the way down the page, you've got an adult inpatient acute facilities, 24 bed, 50% single bedrooms, or 83% single bedrooms, or 100% single bedrooms. So if you wanted a 100% single bedroom ward, you would click on that 0401C and it would tell you what rooms are in that department.
If you opened up the activity database program, is this one of the menus that you see?
Yes, I've not used it for a while, but when I used it 20 years ago, the process hasn't changed that much. It's just updating in accordance with the dates that you see on the right-hand side.
And this is giving you, first off, specific spaces that you can then click on?
Yes, and it will tell you what area that is. So again, if you start at the very strategic development, you would look down this list and say, right, I've got so many 100% single bedroom wards, they are whatever area it is that's developed, and then you work down through that process.
And you gave examples, but just perhaps another one. If we look approximately halfway down the page, on the left-hand side, we'll see 0402, and then just in from that, critical care units.
Yep.
So what's that referring to?
It's a higher level of care provided for patients who are perhaps injured from an accident and they need more closer nursing care.
So specific areas within a hospital?
Specific areas for specific functional needs, yes.
And if we then look over the page onto page 90, again, just as another example, approximately 6 entries up from the bottom, we see HBN 23, hospital accommodation for children and young people.
Yes.
Again, so that would be an area that you'd click on within the menu.
Yes, and you'd get a different level of accommodation within a children's ward. You would have play areas, as an example that immediately springs to mind, which you wouldn't have in an adult acute ward.
So if we then look over the page onto page 91, this time we have ADB, list of rooms. What's this showing us?
This is rooms that are coded. This one is fortunately for a mental health unit, which is what the manufacturer gave me. So these are standardised codes that you can key in, and it will give you the more detailed information which follows on from these.
So for example, if you wanted a single bedroom, you would look to the second entry, B0512, single bedroom mental health, and then click.
And that would tell you what size the room would be and what you need in that room. And again, if you look to the right-hand side, the area schedule that I talked about earlier, that just demonstrates that a mental health single bedroom is 12 square metres, but an accessible one, one with somebody with a wheelchair, needs to be 14.5 square metres. So again, it's that level of area schedule that's important.
So if we then look onto to page 93, please. So if we've selected the area of the hospital, selected the specific space, what happens next?
You then, the activities, personnel, planning, relationship, space data are the typical exemplar designs from health building note. So it tells you what the room is going to be used for. Patients may undress in vicinity of a bed, receive therapeutic care, etc. It tells you, as a designer, how many people to allow in that space, 1 patient and up to 2 staff, so you can ergonomically design that space and allow for those people. It should have access to an ensuite facility. And then there are some design notes, and you can edit those design notes and add them if there's anything specific you want to make project specific.
Just so that I'm understanding things, whenever we're talking about an activity database, an ADB, or a room data sheet, is this the physical document?
This is a room data sheet. Activity database is the backbone behind it all. This is the room data sheet that you would use to go into a room. Take this as an example, and you say, right, have I got 12 square metres? Is it 2.7 metres high? Are this many people working in that room?
And there'd be one of these sheets for every space in the hospital. See the top room data sheet, then give the project, the department, room, the room number, sets out the activities, and then just above the notes we see the space area, so you would have the area in metres squared and the height of the room.
Correct.
What do we see in the notes section? What would be set out there?
They're just pointers to the designer and to clarify with the user what their interpretation or their planned use of that room will be. So the last bullet point there, it says where there is a significant risk of assault or self-harm, all furniture and fittings are required to be robust, anti-ligature, etc. So that's just really telling the designer that based on the health building note, which generates these, the information in the health building note describes the space. This is an actual description in detail of what that space is going to be used for, that specific space. So a health building note will describe the department and how it's used. The room data sheet will say specifically that space, what is required. And I say it's an example for that particular one.
Thank you. If we look over the page onto page 94, is this still part of the room data sheet?
It's still part of the room data sheet. The room data sheet is 4 components. Sorry, I was just checking. So the first part is the room data sheet itself. This is the room. This is what we're going to do in the room. And then the second page, which we have, is the room environmental data sheet. This is the data that the engineer will look at to design the facility. So if you look at the top, you have temperature and ventilation. It tells you what the permissible temperature range will be, and that's between winter and summer. What the heating design temperature is for winter. The minimum air changes, 6. Ventilation type, it says SEN, which is supply, extract, or neutral, or natural. The pressure relative to the adjoining space, negative. The supply air final filter class. So that's the telling you for this particular space, a G4 is it's not the highest level of cleanliness, but it's the filter grades have changed. But for simplicity, that's a fairly average level of cleanliness, because a single bedroom in a mental health is not a really intensely surgical space.
And is this automatically populated, or does there have to be manual entry?
It's automatically populated based on the health building and health technical memoranda. You can edit it if you want to.
When you establish your room data sheet, it's going to self-populate with a minimum air change and a pressure regime for a specific space, drawing the information from health technical memoranda and health building notes.
As long as that space exists within the database, the information's there. If you've got a new concept that we talked about earlier, a new form of clinical delivery, you might have to fill that in based on that process.
If it's a space that wasn't recognised within a health building note or a health technical memoranda, would it simply be a blank sheet that's generated?
Correct.
And that would have to be manually...
You'd have to be manually inputted, yes.
And when we talk about manually editing, I'm meant to think of the designer having drawn down either a template of an identifiable space or a blank space. He's able to edit the digital document, and then if he saves that in, that is available to describe, either to describe the project to other people or for the designer to have a point of reference to go back to. I mean, I'm trying to imagine how this might be used. You've identified that room data sheets can be edited. Once edited, do I understand that the information is then can be held on digitally and then referred to by anyone who needs to refer to it?
On that project, yes.
Yes. So there is the possibility of using, well, possibility, maybe probability, using a number of room data sheets as a digital way of describing a particular project.
Yes, there would be a whole suite of these documents depending on the rooms. Okay. So you get a schedule of rooms, and then each one of those rooms would have 4 accompanying sheets.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Wade. Again, if we could just look onto page 95, which again, understanding you've already told us that this information would be provided in the room data sheet. So detail on walls, floor coverings, ceilings, door sets, windows, etc.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so the environmental data sheet is the engineer's point of reference. The room design character is the architect or interior designer's point of reference.
And then over the page, onto page 96, you see a raft of information, including right down to mirrors that would be wall mounted and various sockets. What are we seeing on page 96?
These are the components that would be installed in the room. So these codes that you see are universally accepted codes. So if you're purchasing, if I go to the grouping on the right-hand side, so group 1, 2, and 3, as I mentioned earlier, group 1 is what's installed by the building contractor. Group 2 is generally supplied by the client and installed by the contractor. And group 3 is supplied by the client. So bed 051 is a standard description of a bed for use in that facility. A electric hoist bed might be a bed 052. So what you can do, because it's an electronic database, you can quite easily group codes by how many beds are they. So you can go and produce these and then just say, well, how many bed 051s have I got in this facility? And you can then go and get those costed to purchase. So the client can use this form to purchase his group 3 equipment or his group 2 equipment. And these codes are universal. So an out 005 is a socket outlet switch single. That will be the same in any healthcare facility. That code is the same across acute care, mental health care, anything that uses the activity database.
And just to be clear, how routine of room data sheets?
It's essential on every project. The actual tool that's used may be different. I'm familiar with the ADB system. I know of one other called Codebook. I know different government bodies use different tools, and they are difficult to work with, in my opinion. Could mention one, but it becomes unwieldy. With a spreadsheet that's got hundreds of cells and hundreds of rows, you can only review it on a computer. I'm a bit old-fashioned, and I prefer a piece of paper in my hand that I can actually, tick these off and give to an engineer.
Have you ever worked on a project where room data sheets weren't prepared?
I can't think of one.
You've told us that there's different types of programs that you can, in terms of not just the activity database, but there's competitors that effectively generate something that's very similar and still called a room data sheet. Are you aware of there being any standard substitute if you weren't using a room data sheet approach?
So the only other one I've seen is an Excel spreadsheet in Department for Education projects, and they have a different methodology, similar methodology of a standard classroom, but they use an Excel spreadsheet, and it's very difficult to work with, in my opinion.
Have you ever heard of that approach being adopted within the healthcare sector?
My experience revolves around I've written room data sheets for the children's hospital I referred to earlier. And again, it was old school. We had 8 lever arch files with 8 different departments, and we generated these. And we found it was the easiest way to get the client and the users engaged. Because as engineers and architects, we understand what a drawing looks like. It's a bit difficult for a clinical team who aren't used to looking at this level of information to actually explain to them what they're going to get in that space.
Have you ever heard of the term an environmental matrix?
I have heard the term. I would imagine, yes, I've heard it, not specifically in healthcare circles, but it's a term that's used for, I would say, an Excel spreadsheet-based system.
So if your understanding of an environmental matrix would be a simple spreadsheet-based system?
A tabulated form of everything that you see on the room environmental data sheet. So you'd have the room description, say, on the left-hand side, and then different columns with all these categories that you see on this form. And it would just be a spreadsheet version of that page.
And have you ever been involved in a healthcare ventilation project where that approach has been adopted?
Not that I can recall.
Is it an approach that you would recommend to a client?
Probably not.
Why not?
The ADB system, or its equivalent, is, as we've discussed earlier, the best practice. And I think if you try and produce something in Excel, it could lead to misunderstanding. This replicates what's in the health building notes, the health technical memoranda. For me, it's a simplified approach. You can just say to an engineer, right, just read those room data sheets and go through every space. An engineer may choose to put them into an Excel spreadsheet for calculation purposes, which is what you would ordinarily do. You'd put the room volume and then you can amend things. But in terms of the client's brief to the engineer, I just find these a lot easier to use.
If you were involved in a PFI project, for example, and there had been a procedure started to use room data, and then a decision was taken to cease using room data sheet, who would you expect to make that decision?
I would say the client body, because the room data sheet is the client's brief of what they want.
And what information would the client need to take a decision like that?
I mean, I would expect them to still comply or still follow the tables. Criteria that's on this table is essential for any engineer. On looking at the room environmental data sheet, you need this information to complete the design process. If you don't have this information, you can't complete the design process. You then start to have to make assumptions and interpret the health technical memoranda. which leads to fallout.
Thank you. If I could ask you to have your report in front of you again, please, so bundle 6, page 66, and to look to paragraph 3.32. So you again address room data sheet, and then in the second line, page 66, paragraph 3.32, you describe them as the most critical design element, and you've put that in bold and underlined it. Why have you done that?
In my experience and my opinion, it is the only way for the client to inform the design team of what they really want. It's like going for a car and asking for a list of all the extras. That's what you want. You write it into a contract and that's what you get. Historically, it's been proven to work. Most of the industry understand it. NHS purchasing authorities understand it. And it's just an easy, established practice, in my opinion.
And again, in your experience, do those requirements, the requirements set out within the room data sheet, do they need to be set out before the contractor really work out what it is they need to build?
Yes.
So would you be expecting completed room data sheet to be provided by a client to a contractor?
Client or his advisors, yes.
And before or after conclusion of the contract?
Or before. You often find that the independent certifier will look at the room data sheets after a building's or at near completion and use that as a check to ensure that the contractor has delivered what was in the brief. Particularly with regard to big PFI where you start construction perhaps before things have been finalised.
If I could ask you to look over the page, please, to page 67 of your report. Two paragraphs above 3.3.3, there's a paragraph beginning, the RDS are best described as. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you state the RDS are best described as an informed starter for 10 based on best practice design, operational experience, functionality. What do you mean by the phrase starter for 10?
It's to inform a design or a clinical team of what they're going to get. Some clinical teams will maybe get involved in one major capital development in their entire medical career. So they don't really understand what they want. They know how to deliver clinical care, but they don't necessarily understand everything that goes behind the scenes or behind the fabric of a building. So this is where the experience of the health building notes, you can tell them this is what you're going to get in a room. And you can either go through the lists of the components with them, or with digital technology and virtual reality, you can the activity database will actually now generate, and other products will generate a three-dimensional drawing of a space that you can go and look into and put a virtual headset on and say, oh, actually, that's where the sockets are going, that's where the bed's going. Because most, let's say, the project team should be experienced at delivering capital schemes, but the clinical staff are unlikely to have delivered. So it's an easy way of telling them what they're going to get in their facility.
And at a practical level, if there was going to be a derogation from using room data sheets or a derogation from complying with Scottish Health Technical Memoranda, before 2021, how would you expect that to be documented?
By amendment to the room data sheet. Excuse me. So if you've gone through the drawings, you would look at them, and as an example, you might look in a particular bed space and there's 6 socket outlets there. And you say, well, those are for these pieces of medical equipment. And that clinical team may say, actually, well, we use a different set of processes and we need more electrical sockets. So can we have 8 instead of 6, please? And it gets to that level of detail, because obviously more sockets is more money.
Would you expect a schedule of derogations to be?
I suppose ideally, yes, you could do. But the fact that it's been agreed and signed on a room data sheet has been amended and saved, then that's sufficient. You would only necessarily need to derogate if you were doing less than what's in the guidance.
I'd like to ask you to look at 2 NHS design quality policies, please. Can we begin by looking in Bundle 3, Volume 1 at page 114, please? Thank you. Bundle 3, Volume 1, page 100. Top left-hand corner is a document issued by the Scottish Executive. Do you see that?
Yes.
23rd of October 2006, and it's called A Policy on Design Quality for NHS. As this letter provides colleagues with a statement of the Department's policy on design quality for Scotland, associated with the Annex Policy Guidance, which should be reflected in the design action related operation Scotland bodies. So this is effectively guidance from government going out to
Yes.
And we see the background, paragraph 3. The attached policy statement reflects consultation with colleagues in the Scottish Executive, NHS Scotland and Architecture Design Scotland, provides a concise definition of policy, along with details of mandatory requirements which must be complied with by NHS bodies, although the department recognises that the requirements may not be directly applicable to the day-to-day operations of those special health boards which are not actively engaged in the procurement of healthcare premise refurbishments to existing healthcare premises. See that?
I do.
So effectively a direction from government to NHS bodies. We can then look on to page 117, please. You see that the policy itself, a policy on design quality for NHS Scotland from 2006. See that?
Yes.
And then if we look on to page 125, we see a series of mandatory requirements. I ask you to look at paragraph 5, please. Page 125, paragraph 5. All NHS bodies engaged in the procurement of both new build and refurbishment of healthcare buildings must use and properly utilise the English Department of Activity Database, ADB, as an appropriate tool for briefing, design and commissioning. If deemed inappropriate for a particular project and an alternative tool or approach is used, the responsibility is placed upon the NHS Scotland body to demonstrate that the alternative is of equal quality and value in its application. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you surprised that that was a direction issued by the government to NHS bodies?
It's clear. As I said in my career, I've always used, when I'm working on NHS projects, I've always used room data sheet systems, so that's actually sort of black and white.
In terms of your experience, is that simply what should happen in the industry anyway?
Yes.
Then if we can look on to page 132, please. At the bottom, do we see a section activity database?
Yes.
Activity database is the briefing, design and commissioning tool for both new build and refurbishment of healthcare buildings. It is a briefing and design package with an integrated textual and graphical database, an interface with AutoCAD, extensive graphical library, the complete tool for briefing and design of the healthcare environment. Is that your understanding and experience of what ADB is?
Yes.
It continues, ADB is produced by the Department of Health in England and is endorsed for use in Scotland by the Scottish Executive Department as the preferred briefing and design system for NHS Scotland. It has been developed to assist in the construction, briefing, development, design and alteration of healthcare facilities. In 2005, the Scottish Executive Department, in association with the NHS Property and Environment Forum, now Health Facilities Scotland, launched an initiative to support NHS boards in the implementation of ADB throughout NHS Scotland. See that?
Yes, I do.
And then in the next paragraph, spaces designed using ADB data automatically comply with English planning guidance, such as health building notes, HBM, health technical memoranda, HTM, as ADB formed an integral part of the English guidance publication process. While Scottish users can create their own project-specific briefs using ADB's extensive library of integrated graphics and text, which includes room data sheets, room layouts, and departmental schedules, extreme care should be taken to ensure that such data generated by the package are consistent and compliant with Scottish-specific guidance, such as Scottish Health Planning Notes, Scottish Hospital Planning Notes, and Scottish Health Technical Notes, as published. Scotland. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So again, is that consistent with your understanding that there's no Scottish-specific activity database sheet?
Correct.
The next document that I would ask you to look at, please, is in Bundle 4, page 99. So Bundle 4, page 99.
Thank you.
Again, top right-hand corner, it's a document issued by the Scottish Government, this time on the 2nd of June 2010, called a Policy on Design Quality for NHS Scotland 2010 revision. And again, on the right-hand side, it's addressed to 4 Action, Chief Executives of NHS boards and Chief Executives of Special Health boards. If we look to paragraph 3, it says, this cell in the attached policy statement supersedes NHS HDL 2006, that's the document we've just looked at. This cell also provides information on design assessment within the SGHD SIG business case process. And then if we can look to page 102, please. This is another document, a policy on design quality for NHS Scotland, this time 2010, so page 102. And if we could look on to page 113, please. Page 112 sets out mandatory requirements, and if we could look on to mandatory requirement 7 on 113, which says all NHS Scotland bodies engaged in the procurement of both new build and refurbishment of healthcare buildings must use and properly utilise the English Department of Activity database as an appropriate tool for briefing, design and commissioning. If deemed inappropriate for a particular project and an alternative tool or approach is used, responsibilities placed upon the NHS Scotland body demonstrate that the alternative is of equal quality application. Do you see that?
I do.
It's essentially a restatement of what had already been set out in the 2006 policy.
It's reinforcing the need to use that product or an equivalent product.
And then look on, please, to page 136. I won't read all of that out, but if I could just ask you to take a moment to familiarise yourself with the paragraphs that are set out there, please, Mr.
Excuse me.
Have you had an opportunity to
Just scan through it, yes.
And effectively, is that just a restatement of what we've already seen from the 2006 policy in terms of what activity databases are and the need to be specific if you're in Scotland, because Scottish Health Technical Methods might not be identical to the English Health Technical
Correct.
There's a reference there in terms of the asterisks at the bottom to something called Space for Health web resource. Does that mean anything?
I've not heard of that reference before.
If I could ask you to return to your report, please, so still within bundle 6, page 68, please. In approximately the middle of that page, page 68, there's a paragraph beginning, a client body procuring. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you say a client body procuring a hospital, for example, an NHS trust, must develop a project brief for a new hospital that should ordinarily specify that the design and build is in compliance with HBNs and HTMs or SHTMs, unless a list of derogations read at the contract. Do you see that?
I do.
So again, can you just explain what you mean by a list of derogations?
If you wanted to vary the design from what's prescribed within the SHTMs, SHBNs, then you should have to write that.
How would that be done? Would there be a formal process that had to be?
There would have been an agreement between contractor and client. An example may be that the bedrooms are going to be bigger or smaller than the prescribed area, or whatever reason, if there's a change from the brief, then that needs to be recorded as a contractual derogation.
Just if we leave the contractual issues one side, if we're thinking before 2021 when the ventilation safety group, is there a standardised procedure or is it very much an ad hoc arrangement?
I would say it's an ad hoc basis. There's no prescribed form that I'm aware of. You would develop it on a project by project basis.
If we then return to that paragraph within page 68, we want to say if there was only reference to statutory compliance, then in terms of ventilation only, the Building Scotland Regulations 2004 and the Scottish Technical Handbook, Scottish equivalent of the approved document issued in England in terms of the building regulations, then would apply. And then you set out Regulation 9, Schedule 5, which state every building must be designed and constructed in such a way that ventilation is provided so that the air quality inside the building is not a threat to the building or the health of the occupant. See that?
I do.
So is that your understanding of the base legal obligation for any health trust or health board?
Yes.
You just explain to inquire what are the Scottish Technical Handbook and approved document F in England?
They are the building regulations requirements for buildings of all types to comply and be built to a satisfactory construction standard.
So effectively, is the Scottish Technical Handbook and approved document F, are they giving guidance in terms of how you would comply with general legal standards?
They set the standard that you should do something to. I wouldn't say they necessarily offer guidance.
And in terms of the Scottish Technical Handbook, is there any references to Scottish Health Technical Memoranda or Scottish Health Building Notes within that?
I haven't found that.
But what about within the approved document?
There is reference in Part F. If you go to the next page, there's an extract from the England Building Regulations 2010.
So if we looked at page 69, it included figure F. Is that an extract from the approved document Part F?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what do we see in terms of the box at the bottom, the reference to health buildings, non-surgical and hospitals?
That's directing people to go and look at those design standards in order to develop the design of a building that would comply with building regulation requirements.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. In England, you've got the Building Regulations 2010 that sets a general standard for effectively a safe space.
Yes.
And then you have approved document F, gives you guidance in terms of how you would comply with that standard.
Correct.
And it specifically mentions there, we see at the bottom, for healthcare buildings, non-surgical, there's SIBSI guidance. What's that?
Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers Guide.
We then have NHS Activity Database.
That's the activity database that we've been talking about with regard to room data sheet generation.
And then you've got Health Technical Memoranda HTM 0301.
Yes.
And then below that again for hospitals, you've got SIBSI guidance. What's SIBSI guidance B2 ventilation and?
It's a particular document that tells you the detailed design parameters for a ventilation system. It's used by engineering colleagues and ourselves just to look at design conditions, velocities to design ductwork, and real detail engineering parameters.
And then you've got the NHS activity database again, and you've got health technical memoranda HTM 0301 by the Department of Health. I could ask you within your report to look on to section 5, please, which begins on page 71, but if we could perhaps take matters up on page 72, paragraph 5.2.1. In the first main paragraph of 5.2.1, in the final sentence, you mention a Dr. O. Lidwell published some 130 technical papers on ventilation principles. What's your understanding of the work that Dr. Lidwell did?
As I understand it, he was a research specialist who looked at improving the ventilation conditions in operating theatres initially, which is what he did. I haven't read his reports. It's one that informed the guidance document I've made a reference to, DV4.
So is it fair from what you just said there that you know about the generality of what Dr. Lidwell did, but you don't know about the specifics?
Correct, yeah.
I could ask you to look, please, within your report at page 77 first. So bundle 6, page 77. What do we see on page 77 of your?
This is a table, appendix 2, of the recommended air change rates in many departments within a hospital. We made reference earlier to HTM 2025, which had maybe 8 spaces. This version of HTM 0301 from 2007 increased the number of spaces covered by the guidance document. So again, you can see ventilation rates, air change rates, the pressure regime, filtration specification, noise and temperature bands, and if there is any further documentation you would need to go and review to complete your design.
So within your report, you've recreated appendix 2 from HTM 301. So you've got the general ward, which has got 6 air changes an hour.
6 air changes an hour, yes.
And then what's the dash next to pressure?
That means there's no need to have a negative or positive pressure in that space.
And then again, still within page 77, if we look down, we see infectious diseases, isolation rooms, or isolation room, air change 10, and then we see -5 for pressure. What does that mean?
That's 5 pascals pressure. So that basically air is being drawn into that space from surrounding areas.
And then if we keep working down, we see critical care areas. Again, we've got 10 air changes an hour, and this time it's got +10. What does that mean?
So again, that space is positive because those patients are at risk and you want to positively pressurise that space. So you would push air into the space and you would, at commissioning stage, measure the pressure differential between this. If you take this room as an example, from this room to the room outside, you would be able to see a pressure differential of 10 pascals on a gauge.
Then still working down within appendix 2, we've got the operating theatre that says it's 25, and then for pressure it's got 25. What's that?
Again, 25 air changes an hour in the general theatre and 25 pascals. So there are calculation procedures later on in the HTM show you how to cascade. So it's what's called a pressure cascade. So the operating theatre is the cleanest space at 25 pascals. And then the spaces that surround it are generally less. There is a slight nuance with a lay-up prep, which is where you bring the surgical instruments onto the trolley that the surgeon might use, and if it's a certain type of preparation room, as it's called in there, the lay-up prep's a slightly higher pressure because you're bringing sterile equipment onto a trolley that will then be handed to the surgeon.
So if we then look within your report, this time on page 78, This time you've recreated Appendix 1 from SHTM 0301 Part A. Again, can you just explain what is this that we're looking at?
It's the same as Appendix 2 in the English HTM. They are identical with the one exception of the communal ward toilet air change rate, which is slightly different.
So if we look down for things like we've already looked at, general ward, infectious diseases, isolation room, critical care rooms, we're effectively seeing the same values that we see in the health technical. For both of those tables that we've looked at, do you know how the various values, both for air changes and for pressure, are calculated or composed?
It's one of those that may have come through an academic study, or it's a discussion that's made whilst the documents have been recorded, starting with the principle that the operating theatre is the cleanest space.
So again, just to be clear, if we take the general ward as an example, you can't explain why that's set at 6 air changes an hour as opposed to 7 or 5?
Not without researching any academic papers to come up with that figure.
But have these rates become standard within the industry?
Yes, they have.
And have you discussed those over the years with architects, engineers, infection prevention control officers?
Discussed them with engineers as to say, why is that? And we've just gone, don't know, just design it to that figure.
But having worked within the industry for 40 years, are you aware of anybody suggesting that these rates are far too high?
No.
Or anybody suggesting that they're far too low?
No, they've worked, they've proven, you know, again, as I said earlier, the HTMs have developed with working practice and procedures and found to be satisfactory. And
the inquiries heard evidence that effectively these rates are based on discussion and compromise between a range of disciplines, including engineering, microbiology and infection prevention and control. Do you know if that's correct?
I don't know where those discussions are, but it would make sense because it's expensive to, you wouldn't want to ventilate the whole hospital at 25 air changes an hour because it would be astronomically expensive to build and to operate.
And are you able to assist the inquiry in relation to any deviation from the figures in these tables, when any deviation would get to a level that it simply wasn't safe for a patient?
No, I wouldn't, I'm afraid. That's something I would push to the academic sector for input.
Are you familiar with the concepts of natural and mechanical ventilation?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain what's your understanding of natural ventilation?
Natural ventilation is ventilating a space by means of opening windows or other ventilation devices in a room to get air circulating across a space.
And in contrast then, what's mechanical ventilation?
Mechanical is when you seal a room and you supply and extract air that is treated and filtered to ventilate a space. So you bring fresh air in by mechanical means, whereas natural you bring it by buoyancy effect, temperature and wind.
Can you use natural ventilation in certain areas of a hospital?
Yes, you can. Tends to be limited to non-clinical spaces. So meeting rooms, office space, waiting areas.
I could ask you to look within Bundle 1 to page 618. This is going back into SHTM 0301 and to look at paragraph 2.3. So page 639, paragraph 2.3. Did you see a statement there? As the motivating influences.
Page 639?
639. So bundle 1, page 639. Do you have that, Mr. Maddocks?
Yes, we do.
And paragraph 2.3, as the motivating influences of natural ventilation are variable, it is almost impossible to maintain consistent flow rates and ensure that minimum ventilation rates be achieved at all times. This variability is normally acceptable for general areas, office accommodation, general wards, staff areas, library rooms, dining rooms and similar areas which should, where possible, be provided with opening windows for design that facilitates natural ventilation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you agree with that statement?
Generally, yes.
Say generally, yes. Well, that sounds qualified.
I think there's a confusion on line 4. It says the variability is normally acceptable for general areas including office accommodation, general wards, which is at conflict with Appendix 2 table, which says 6 air changes. So there's a bit of a discrepancy there that you would ordinarily discuss that at briefing stage.
Sorry, just can you give me that again, Mr. Maddocks? Draw our attention to line 4 and the reference to general ward.
Yes, it says there that natural ventilation, the variability is normally acceptable if you're naturally ventilating. The table, Appendix 1, the first line is general ward, 6 air changes an hour. So that's telling me it's mechanical, and yet that's saying natural's acceptable. So that's an anomaly that you have to agree with your client early on.
If I could then ask you, please, to have within Bundle 1, we could look to the Scottish Health Technical Memorandum 0301 interim version, additional guidance related to COVID-19 to be added in update in 2022. So that begins in Bundle 1 at page 802. But the section I wish to draw your attention to, Mr. Maddocks, is at paragraph 5.6 on page 837. So page 837, paragraph 5.6. So this is the most recent Scottish guidance that's been issued. It's at 5.6. With natural ventilation, it is almost impossible to maintain consistent flow rates and ensure that minimum ventilation rates will be achieved at all times. However, this variability is normally acceptable in non-clinical spaces, such as office accommodation, staff areas, library seminar, dining rooms, some clinical areas, such as level 0 and level 1 care spaces, and waiting and consulting rooms for risk of airborne infection. So, design must still aim to achieve 3 limits. For clinical areas, achieve the desired room air change rate, thermal convective effect, heat room temperature, coincident with summer external design. It is essential to achieve a minimum ventilation rate. Mixed mode or mechanical method will be needed. See that?
I do.
What's the reference to level 0 and 1 care spaces?
Can't recall. I have to go back and look at the definitions within the beginning of the HTM.
But there will be a definition somewhere within
Yes.
the SHTM.
I just can't recall off the top of my head what's right, but it's interesting that the reference to general ward areas is removed. That paragraph is almost identical to the previous one with the general ward areas removed.
And again, do you have any other observations on that formulation?
No.
Does that?
I've not seen that document before, so I'm
Okay.
interesting to read it afterwards, I'm afraid.
Having looked at what's said there, does it indicate that if the purpose of a room or a ward is not to control the spread of infection from an infectious person towards a particularly vulnerable person, then the flow rate's not going to be particularly important?
I would say so, yeah. I think what it means by level, interpreting, without looking at the definition of what the 0 and 1 is, just reading that paragraph, it's saying that they are not the highest levels of clinical care. But it's telling you that you can't let the temperature in the space get too uncontrolled.
The next issue that I want to ask you about is the issue of pressure, which we've touched upon. You've addressed us in terms of positive pressure and in terms of negative pressure. So just remind me, please, when we're dealing with positive pressure, what are we trying to do in a hospital?
You're trying to protect a space or a person, mainly the space. So if it's an operating theatre with a patient who's got an open wound, you want that space to be clean. So that's at a high pressure. It cascades down through the surrounding areas. If you've got a ward with a patient who is at risk, say a patient who's undergone chemotherapy, so their immune system is compromised, you want them to be in a safe space, so that space will be positively pressurised.
And then in terms of the converse, what would negative pressure?
If you've got a patient with a transmissible illness, let's take a common one, measles, you want that person to be not presenting a risk to the remaining ward area. So that room would be under negative pressure.
So if you had, for example, remember with the term a neutropenic patient?
Yes.
What's a neutropenic?
I think it's to do with blood counts. Okay. I tend to try and take it into, and I've put a table in my report to try and break it down to less medical terminology for simple engineers to understand.
In terms of is there a specific pressure regime that they should?
Yes, there are. There are pressure regimes written within Appendix 1 of SHTM. It's about a third of the way down. So that's a patient whose blood cell count is compromised and there could be open to infection. So it says neutropenic patient, supply, air change rate 10, positive pressure of 10 pascals for that space. So that patient is at risk rather than a patient who is risky.
And can you comment on what the potential consequences could be for a neutropenic patient if they were in the wrong pressure area of a hospital?
They could be put at risk. Depending on what the area is that surround them, they could be put at significant risk from gaining further infection and where their body is weak.
If I can ask you, still within your report, to look to section 7, please, which is on ventilation system components at page 85. So you've included within your report a diagram of a standard operating theatre.
Yes.
This is a diagram that the inquiry's looked at with a couple of other witnesses. So if I could perhaps just check my basic understanding of how the system would work. So in the top left-hand corner, bundle 6, page 85, the top left-hand corner, you'd have the air intake.
Correct.
So that should be from some form of clean space.
It's from outside, drawing fresh air in from the atmosphere to the building.
And then you get the attenuator that basically reduces noise.
Correct.
You've then got your primary filter that takes any force agents out the air.
You've got on the diagram, you have a fog coil before that, which is designed. This goes back to a number of years when filters, if they got wet, they could freeze and block airflow. So the fog coil was designed to preheat the air. So on a winter's day from, say, -10 outside, it would heat the air up to +3 or +5 to protect the primary filter. The primary filter is basically a coarse filter, very thin. If you liken it to a face mask, one face mask is the primary filter.
And then we've got the supply fan that's drawing the air in.
Yep.
Then we've got the runaround coil, cooling coil and a limiter, and the heater battery. Are they effectively heating, tempering and then cooling the air and making sure that you make the best energy efficient means that you can? Yes,
they heat it to the required temperature, or the cooling coil will dehumidify the air if it's too wet in summer, say. You want to reduce humidity in the space, you just cool it down and then you can heat it. And then you have the secondary filter. The runaround coil is just an energy recovery device. So you recover energy from the extract airstream.
And then we've got the secondary filter. So how does it differ from the primary filter?
A higher grade. So if you imagine one face mask is the equivalent of the primary filter, secondary filter might be 3 or 4 equivalent face masks. So that becomes thicker, it has a higher pressure drop. So the required energy to force air through the filter increases.
And then we've got the attenuator again to reduce noise, and then the air comes down into the base.
Yes.
And then in the bottom left and right hand corners, we've got extract grills.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
The extract is to relieve the pressure in the space, and it's low level because anaesthetic gases are typically heavier than air. So you don't want to present a risk to the operating theatre staff by having a build-up of expired or exhalated anaesthetic gas. So that's why it's specific to have low-level extract in those spaces.
And then behind the extract grill, would we see another fan to be drawing the...
You'd have a duct that connects up to the extract system that goes up to the plant room, which is where you would recover the energy from.
If we think of the extract grills at the bottom there, is there any risks that could arise if there was excess moisture there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you familiar with the term thermal wheels?
Yes, I am.
What are they?
Thermal wheel is a energy recovery device that's highly efficient. They have a challenge in them in healthcare environments because there's a potential cross-contamination between airstreams. So you have a rotating, like a bike wheel, that rotates between the extract air and the supply air. Sorry. They are challenging to install because it's a circle. You can only get air handling units of a certain configuration. If you use a plate heat recovery device, which is a series of intermeshed air channels, you can change the shape of the air handling unit so it'll fit in a different size of plant room. If you use a runaround coil, then you use a heater battery like a car radiator, one airstream and another one in another airstream, and you pump a fluid between the two to transfer the heat and the energy. In terms of efficiencies, the highest efficiency is a thermal wheel, then a plate heat recovery device, then a runaround coil.
And in terms of the identified risks that you outlined, what would the specific risks be if you had a thermal wheel in an area that was used to treat immunosuppression?
You could get, theoretically, you can get cross-contamination between the airstreams because you're passing air between one and the other. There are devices that can go into them, but they are, I suppose, not preferred in certain instances.
In another way, in your experience, would it be appropriate to install a ventilation system with a thermal wheel when the intended use of the room was for immunocompromised?
I would challenge it and just say, is it really the right solution? The problem, one of the challenges you have with hospital quality air handling units is those components that you see there make the air handling unit extremely large. Even on a small air volume, they come to about, say, 9 meters long, and it takes up an awful lot of space.
If there was a consideration to use a thermal wheel in an area with an immunocompromised, what would you expect?
You'd agree it with infection control, or the infection control and the operational estates team. Are you happy with this? Because it puts an element of maintenance on people as well. They have to go and keep these things clean.
And how would you keep it clean?
Vacuuming, brushing, steam lance, something like that.
How regularly would that?
Off the top of my head, I'd say quarterly inspections. I'd have to look in HTML 301 Part B just to see what the defined schedule is. It's not something I can recall off the top of my head.
But if we looked in Part B,
it would tell you.
Are you familiar with the term comfort module?
I wasn't until it came up in this discussion.
What's your understanding of it?
It's a particular product from a particular manufacturer. We use chill beams a lot to provide cooling into a space. A chill beam might be, these are 600 tiles, so a chill beam might be 600 millimetre long by, say, 2.4 metres long. Sorry, 600 wide by 2.4 metres long. A comfort module is just a square device. A chill beam blows air 2 ways, a comfort module blows it 4 ways. I've never used them before, and I've only seen them in reference on this project.
So would you be able to give a detailed analysis of what the difference between a comfort module and a chill beam is?
Not without going into a lot of detail on that one. I've only had a very quick review of what that product is. My understanding is it's just a square chill beam that gets the different air distribution.
Now, you've mentioned the term chilled beam. What is a chilled beam?
A chill beam is a device that's got cooled water going through it. It can have heating, and it provides environmental temperature control in the space. So you would assess what the heat gain is in a space, people, lights, solar gain through the outside, and determine if you need a chill beam to deal with all those gains. If you're mechanically ventilating a space, you can cool it with the air that you're supplying to it. But if the heat gains in the space are such that you can't deal with fresh air, you either increase the fresh air or you put another cooling device in the space.
In your experience and opinion, are there any particular risks associated with the use of chilled beams in an area of a hospital where mechanical ventilation is required?
They need more maintenance, typically quarterly cleaning with a vacuum cleaner. The scheme that we've just finished has them in every clinical space, but the latest HTM has outlawed them. I have a feeling that there's going to be challenged down the line because they are an efficient way of getting heat into the space. But the first primary aim of an engineer is to reduce the heat gains in a space. We can reduce the solar gain by putting high performance glazing. Then you're just relying on the internal heat gains in a space. So computers, people, equipment, medical equipment, so on.
You alluded to some potential risks with a chilled beam. What risks, if any, are associated with chilled beams to be immunocompromised?
You might get some bacteria that gets stuck on the chill beam. That's why you have to clean it regularly to make sure it's operating in peak performance.
And again, in terms of a cleaning regime, would that have been found in Part B of the HTM?
In the old one, yes, it would have been.
And I think you said that there had been a change in terms of the latest guidance.
They're not recommended in clinic. I think it's just clinical environments.
And again, just to be clear, why not?
Because of the need to go in on a quarterly basis and with a vacuum cleaner and just clean them. It's felt that you shouldn't really be. You should try and avoid maintenance protocols that require you to regularly go into a ward space because, you know, there's a very high turnover of patients being cared for. It's a balance on every hospital is to adequately maintain it and operate it.
I want to ask you some questions about filters. What is a high efficiency particulate filter?
High efficiency particulate filters are used in certain specific applications. And again, if we go back to the face mask scenario, you would have one face mask as your primary filter, say 3, 4 or 5 as your secondary. A HEPA filter would be possibly the equivalent of 14 face masks. So by the time you've got these all sat next to one another, energy required to push air through them increases significantly. So with a HEPA filter, you get very high quality air downstream of it, but you're paying a price because you have to push air at a greater power ratio. So you've got more power to force the air through. They're expensive. They take up a lot more space than a normal filter, but in certain situations, they are essential to maintain the cleanliness of a space.
But again, what role would they play in the prevention of infection?
Making a space more sterile.
And is there any particular patient group that they might be relevant for?
Let me just remind myself what they are, please. Neutropenic patients in the isolation room, so you'd put a HEPA filter serving that patient because that patient's at risk. An ultra-clean operating theatre is a prime example of where HEPA filters have been used for a long time. Want me to explain what that theatre is?
Yes.
An ultra-clean a conventional operating theatre, as shown on the diagram that we looked at a moment ago, is ventilated at 25 air changes. The air is uniformly distributed around that space for general surgical procedures. An ultra-clean operating theatre was developed during the 1960s by an orthopaedic surgeon who discovered that there were lots of infections from hip replacements. So Professor John Charnley, who was the pioneer of hip replacement, and he wanted to understand how he could improve patients' well-being rather than give them a hip replacement and then load them up with antibiotics. So with an engineer called Howarth from Bolton and Charnley was from Wigan, they developed a Charnley-Howarth hood, which in modern parlance is a 2.8 metre by 2.8 metre zone on the floor, which is where the operating theatre sits, and above it is a filter panel, which is full of HEPA filters. So the air is pushed in at the top and then just cascade, it's pushed down in a laminar flow. So the whole of that 2.8 metres by 2.8 metres has got a laminar airflow pushing right down over the operating table, creating about 600 air changes an hour within that 2.8 metre zone. That means that the air is really, really clean, and the risk to the patient for future infections is much, much reduced. You don't have to be loaded up with antibiotics if there's an infection, because a hip replacement wound is quite a large wound, maybe 40 centimetres long, something like that. So ultra-clean operating theatres were developed, and they use a HEPA filter. They get protected by a coarser filter, so they'll last longer. A HEPA filter can last 5 years before it needs replacing. So they're expensive, they consume power, but they do last a long time.
Thank you. Can you have a portable, high-efficiency particulate filter?
I believe so. I've never come across them or used them. I've seen them in trade journals, but it's another piece of device in a room that takes up space.
Would you be able to offer any view on whether portable HEPA filtration system would be required in a space that already had a HEPA filter fitted?
I don't see the point in putting one in. If it's already got a HEPA filter in their handling, why would you be putting a portable one in?
So what conclusions, if any, think could be drawn in relation to the effectiveness of the existing mechanical ventilation system if it had a HEPA filter and the space then required a mobile HEPA filter?
Something's failed or something's leaking. In other words, the HEPA filter that you've put in the main plant is not operating as it's intended, and you have to do a remediation measure to clean that space or provide that space with pure air.
Lord Bury, I'm conscious that that's 1 o'clock. I think I would only be 10 more minutes with Mr. Maddocks. However, the lunch break may provide an opportunity if there's any issues that core participants wish to raise. So I'm very much in your Lordship's hands. I'm happy to continue, but I'm equally happy to break.
Yeah, that would seem to be the most efficient way of doing things. I mean, turning to the legal representatives, you've heard what counsel has said. If there is anyone who has a matter to raise with Mr. McGregor, I would encourage you to do it over the lunch break, and if that can be resolved, that would mean that you can finish in your planned 10 minutes. Mr. Maddocks, you've heard that exchange. What I propose to do is break for about an hour for lunch, so you could be available to resume at 2 o'clock.
Yes, that's perfect.
Mr. McGregor indicates maybe just another 10 minutes or so, but see how it goes.
That's fine.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Maddocks.
Good afternoon.
We're ready to resume, Mr. McGregor?
Yes, Lord. Mr. Maddocks, you said in your evidence before lunch that it would be standard to complete room data sheet before the contract was agreed.
Yes.
I just check, could it sometimes be appropriate to merely agree a limited number of room data sheets before going out to a competitive tendering exercise?
If those room data sheets represented the majority of the development, then there is an argument that that is a possibility.
So
Key areas of the development.
the possibility of, just want to be clear, are you saying key areas or a majority of areas?
I would personally preference a majority of areas that represented the whole development.
Again, just so I'm understanding, would the ideal be that all room data sheets?
Ideally, yes, for every single room. But you might say, well, here's one exemplar for a single bed ward. Here's one exemplar for an operating theatre. You know, depending on how many room categories and styles there are development, then you might choose to agree a reduced number.
Thank you.
But understand the risk of if they're not all covered.
And what would the risk be if you hadn't completed every room data sheet?
That something might change. Rooms, you know, one of the things with healthcare is that clinical practices change much more frequently than the building does. So something might change, certainly when you're on a large project, and you know, what you start out with at day one may not be what you end up when the building's finished. An example of that could be a radiology department where technology advances quicker than the building process and you have to go and amend areas.
The final document I'd wish to discuss with you, Mr. Maddocks, is in Bundle 8 at page 3, which should be a position paper produced by Mott MacDonald. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you.
And have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And have you had a chance to consider it?
I've read it once through, yes.
If I could ask you to look firstly, please, to page 8. So this is the executive summary. There's the quotations, and then approximately just over halfway down the page, there's a paragraph beginning, there are a myriad of potential sources. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So Mr. Bentley states, there are a myriad number of potential sources of hospital-acquired infection, with ventilation potentially a less onerous influence compared to direct contact sources of infection such as hands, linens, clothing and intravenous equipment. Whilst there have been a number of academic studies to assess the potential prevalence of virus, bacteria and fungal spores in the air around a patient, it is very, very difficult to link these airborne contaminants directly to an HAI, which I think is defined above as a healthcare required infection incident. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any observations on what Mr. Bentley stated?
No, I concur with him.
And Mr. Bentley then continues, Malcolm Thomas, the coordinating author of HTM 0301 2021, recently stated that with very small infection rate, which fortunately we have now, it's much more difficult to understand what influences acquired infections, whether that be from changing the surgeon's gowns or the room ventilation air change rate. See that?
I do. Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
From what I've read of the latest documentation, yes.
If we could look over the page, please, onto page 9. Just over a third of the way down, there's a paragraph beginning, as Malcolm Thomas identifies. Do you see that?
Yes.
Page 9, Mr. Bentley states, as Malcolm Thomas identifies, ventilation rates noted in the HTM 0301 guidance are not opinion. They have been proven to work in practice and over an extended period of hospital design and operation. history appears to show that this is a correct way of doing things. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any observations on that?
No, it's like I said earlier, that the design guide, if you look at 2025, the first one we looked at, there were maybe 8 rooms identified, and then it's been extended to a series of other rooms, because keenness of the industry to follow this documentation and get it expanded has been quite interesting. People want the guidance to tell them how to do things. So this latest version of the guide, at a seminar a few years ago now, pre-COVID, Malcolm Thomas was presenting the draft version of this HTM, and the room was double capacity of engineers wanting to find out what is the new HTM going to tell people, because they were keen that they see that, engineers see these documents as best practices we've discussed and want to see what's going to happen, what's going to change.
Still within page 9, this time in the penultimate paragraph, Mr. Bentley states the conventional mechanism to record room data, including ventilation design criteria, is a room data sheet. Do you see that?
Yes.
And presumably from your evidence this morning, you'd agree with that?
Yes, I do.
If I could ask you to look to the final sentence of that paragraph, Mr. Bentley states, for a traditional procurement process, it is convention to prepare a full suite of room data sheets for the whole building and to have those formally approved by the client, their authorising engineers, in advance of commencing detailed design.
Correct.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
If I could ask you to look on to page 14, please, still within Mr. Bentley's report. Page 14, the penultimate paragraph beginning, ventilation should be seen. See that? Ventilation should be seen as a constituent part of a number of operational procedures in hospitals that together have been proven through historic precedents to reduce, not secure, the risk of infection. These operational procedures include washing hands and or wearing surgical gloves, movement around the patient, particularly important in operating theatres, wearing clean gowns, stroke aprons, clean bedding, and good levels of clean fresh air. Do you have any observations on those comments?
No, I agree with that statement.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 20. So this is section 8 of Mr. Bentley's report. Page 20, section 8. Is up again, SHTM 0301 Part A, Design and Validation, has been developed from historical precedent, industry best practice and academic research to provide guidance on how to design and ventilate and validate ventilation systems in healthcare buildings. SHPN 0401 Supplement 1 is isolation facilities in acute settings, has been developed to provide guidance on the design of single occupancy isolation rooms in healthcare buildings. The document includes extensive information on the control of room pressure and associated mechanical ventilation design. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
If we could look to the next paragraph and to the final sentence of that paragraph beginning, however, it is normal practice. Do you see that?
Yes.
So Mr. Bentley states, however, it is normal practice in the design of healthcare buildings to assess what guidance is applicable to a particular project and where relevant seek approval of derogations from the guidance. Now, just thinking specifically about HTM 0301 and SHTM 0301, which you've described throughout your evidence as best practice, would you agree or disagree?
Sorry, Mr. McGregor, it's entirely my fault, although you have allowed your voice to drop just a little. Could you just remind me where we are in the Mott MacDonald paper?
So bundle 8, and it should be page 20. So section 8 headed up guidance documents.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
So I'd read out the first 2 paragraphs, and then I was looking to the third paragraph into the final sentence beginning, however, it is normal practice. Third paragraph, final sentence, however, it is normal practice. final paragraph in paragraph 8.1, just above 8.2, 3 lines up. However, it is normal practice. However, it is normal practice in the design of healthcare buildings to assess what guidance is applicable to a particular project and where relevant seek approval of derogations from the guidance. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, just thinking back to the discussion this morning in terms of HTM 0301 and SHTM 0301, which you described as best practice guidance, would you be anticipating with a new build hospital to be seeking a derogation from that guidance?
Not initially. I would discuss with the client team if there is a need for a change from the guidance, whether it be financially driven or clinically driven or operationally driven, and then look at if there was a need for a derogation, recording that.
And then if I could just ask you for completeness, please, to look on to page 36, which is a journal article from January 2022 in the Health Estate Journal. Do you see that?
I do.
By Malcolm Thomas, Guidance on Ventilation Revised and Updated. Have you seen this before?
I have.
What is it?
The Health Estate Journal is the journal of the industry, and this is an article that really summarised the changes to the HTM03. As I mentioned earlier, there was a lot of anticipation of this revision coming forward, so Malcolm issued that article last year.
So if we look,
summary.
Thank you. If we look on page 36 in the left-hand column, approximately a third of the way up from the bottom, do you see a sentence beginning, when you have significant infection rates in operating theatres?
Yes. Excuse me.
Do you see that, Mr. Maddocks?
Yes, I do.
When you have significant infection rates in operating theatres, it's quite easy to see whether, if you change the colour of the paintwork, it makes any difference. Conversely, with very small infection rates, which fortunately we have now, very difficult to know whether changing the surgeon's gowns, the air change rates, or the colour of the walls, or putting carpet in, makes any significant difference. We're talking about low percentage changes. We're in a situation now where people think changes will improve things. They don't actually know, and it's hard to prove what is a good or a bad thing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any observations on that comment?
It's a bold statement to make.
What's your professional view?
It almost puts a bit of doubt onto things, I think. Reading further, I have read the article previously and read that and thought, I think what he's saying is that, you know, that the procedures and the processes are such that there are many different factors that can cause increased infection and not just ventilation. It sort of drops the ventilation down the order of probable areas of problem.
And in terms of what you were talking there about a whole range of things, where would you put ventilation?
I would still put it as up there as an importance. I think working practices is more important. You know, you see that the hands cleaning and all the sort of clinical infection protocols, infection control nurse protocols and policies are equally as important.
So an important factor, but there are other equally important factors.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Maddocks. I don't have any further questions, but Lord Brodie may have questions, or there may be applications from participants.
Now, does anything arise from Mr. Maddocks' evidence that anyone wants to take up? Right, I'll take that as a negative. Thank you very much, Mr. Maddocks. That's the end of your evidence, and you're free to go. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, as people will be aware, our next witness, Professor Humphreys, is giving evidence remotely online. So what I propose to do is rise and give the technical people the opportunity to make sure we've got a link with Professor Humphreys. Shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 minutes, I would hope, and therefore if people wouldn't go too far away, but we'll rise just in a moment.